is just a way to get out of the heat. Because once he realized that he was not going to be able to grow citrus on his own land, he had to start hiring himself out as a laborer. And so he's working all day in the hot sun, mostly digging ditches for irrigation canals. So he's miserable. He wants a cool place to come home to. And so he started thinking back to Sicily and how wine cellars were so common there. So that's what it started as, just a single cellar where he could move his bed underground and cool off.
So this is all by hand.
All by hand. Pickaxes, shovels, wheelbarrows, and his own strength. He was doing it himself. So he's working all day as a farm laborer, and then he's coming home and working on this in the evening. And he does that for about 20 years. By the time he's around 40 years old, though, he's actually producing enough fruit on his land that he's able to sell it and make his living that way. And the reason he's able to get to that point is because he was able to successfully figure out how to grow his fruit trees underground. So this room, we're actually surrounded by the hard pan itself. We have it in its natural form, but also where he's broken it out into bricks, essentially, and used that to reinforce the walls. So he's not going out and buying stones or buying bricks. He's just using that hard pan that his land was made from. This is the natural hard pan, this kind of reddish color.
It's not clay.
No, it's not clay. And so here you can see where he's broken it out into stones and then set it back up again.
But that's hard pan that becomes stone. It's so hard.
Yes, yes.
It's that hard.
Yes, I have heard that it's the third hardest sedimentary rock in the world. So it's actually very common in Fresno. Most Fresnans have some hardpan in their backyards, but they usually have a few inches of it, and most people use dynamite to get past it. He had 3 to 5 feet of hardpan. So in the beginning, it must have seemed just endless. But eventually, after digging through it, he did find, okay, there is an end to it at some point, and that's when he discovered that he could make these rooms down here. A lot of it was experimenting. He's getting past that 3 to 5 feet of hardpan. He's finding a soil that he thinks could be nutrient-rich for the trees. So he starts out just by planting. This is actually one of the first trees that he planted in the early 1900s. He starts out by just making a planter for it, putting a skylight in because it's supposed the tree needs sun, and seeing if it will grow. And a lot of his early trees, you can see him experimenting with the sizes and the shapes of the skylight because he wanted to see how much sun he needed to let in that they could thrive, but he also doesn't want to take away from this cool earth environment that he's created for himself. And it seems to be a really great environment for the trees because most citrus trees in this area have a lifespan of about 50 years, and ours are over 100. But they're protected from what a lot of the citrus trees in the area deal with, which is the frost and the intense heat.
Exactly, you feel that right away. You are down here.
10 to 15 degree drop.
And that's
It's
not only-
significant.
It's not only for humans, but for plants too, right?
Exactly. Yes, it's very comfortable for them. Yeah, and you can see these oranges. I mean, this is coming from a tree that was planted in 1906. You can see this is the natural hardpan, and then he would take the pickaxe and he would break it into these chunks, and then he would use it. And in the beginning, using as little cement as possible to secure them, because once again, this man does not have a lot of money. He tries to just put a little bit to keep them together there.
Well, he certainly knew what he was doing.
You can definitely see the inspiration from his upbringing. You were asking about collapses before. You can see everything has these arches. Growing up in Sicily, he would have seen that style of architecture and knew that that would last for hundreds of years. So,
like vaults from Romans on.
Exactly. You can see that inspiration from the catacombs. We know he did spend some time in Rome in his early 20s before coming to the United States. So he's definitely drawing upon that. But really a lot of this is trial and error and him figuring out how to do it because he was not formally educated as an architect or an engineer.
So architecturally, he knew what he was doing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So this actually is where after he decided he was going to put this tree in here, he moved in here.
So this was his like second bedroom.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Oh wow.
So you can see it even more so that he's wanting to cool off even more, so you make it more enclosed. He's put a couple of benches in here for himself. And over here we have his first kitchen underground. So this was the pipe for his wood-burning stove. He would have had an ice box right under here. So very simple, but it was all he needed. It was just to get out of that heat.
Can you imagine how long it would have taken with hand tools to dig all?
Well, this area right here, he did pretty quickly, actually. It seems like an overwhelming task, but the goal was to get out of the heat in the summer of 1906. And that's when he started, was July of 1906. And by the end of that year, this area was already created.
Was that a particularly hot year or just his first?
It was. It was his first summer here, but it also was a record-breaking heat.
Do you know how hot it got?
115, I believe. So he was just miserable in it and decided he was going to go underground. So the skylight is interesting. You'll notice it's more cone-shaped to put the Venturi effect into place because you have the kitchen with the wood-burning stove. This is a hotter room, so to keep it cooler, we're putting that Venturi effect there.
And Venturi effect is when it's funneling. Is it a funneling?
Mhm.
So it
Yes.
has to be a narrow. What do you have to
Yeah, so it has to be more narrow at the top. So it sucks the hot air out and it pushes the cool air down. So you can really feel the breeze even in this area. He really had an amazing mind to think of what problems he was going to deal with and finding ways to solve them.
So he probably wasn't using any sophisticated word to word it, but this was bioclimatism or all these fancy things we're
Yes.
talking about these days. But
A man very much ahead of his time. So I showed you his early home. In the 1930s, he moved into this home, which we consider his upgraded living quarters, his new digs. And you can really see at this point, in the 1930s, he's been working down here for 20 plus years. So he's really making a comfortable home for himself. So this is his dining room.
look at that table.
It actually doubles as a planter. So he actually had a dwarf orange tree growing out of the center. So it's decorative, but also you have fresh fruit right there at your table.
So he kept digging, and as if he found a room he liked, and he thought, well, let's make it a good dining room.
Yes.
Maybe he just kept going.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think he would take a lot of what he'd be inspired by and then create with that. And, for a creative person, it provides a lot of freedom once he became comfortable with the medium that he was working with. He'd get to an area and be like, let's turn this into this. We have the kitchen over here. So this is where he moved his ice box, the wood-burning stove. He brought a radio in at this point. He did like listening to the radio.
So he has some conventional furniture down here.
He does start to get conventional furniture, yes. He had his wood-burning stove. He had his ice box. And we just saw his dining room, but he also had, I like to think of it as a breakfast nook. He just has his little table here, a bench next to it. So if he wanted to sit down and have his breakfast right there, nice and easy, straight from the stove to the table. He's setting up areas for, the pantry, sacks of flour or potatoes, more shelving in here. So you can see it definitely is an upgraded kitchen from that first one we saw, much more spacious.
All connected. I mean, you see it
Yes.
going.
Yes. It's a bit of a maze. It is all connected in some way. It's easy to get turned around in it.
And there's always light coming down.
Yes.
See that even here, there's always
There's always natural light.
always.
Mhm.
Because
Well, he wasn't looking to live in a cave. He still wanted that bright, airy environment, which is why for a while there were stories of him being this mole man living underground. As you can see, this is not a mole man environment. He was not living in a cave. He was just creating a unique home underground. But he clearly liked his light and airy spaces, I think.
this keeps going.
Do you want to see his bedrooms?
Yeah. Bedroom that. So was it, he lived alone, but he has more than one bedroom?
He does, yes. For the different times of year. So this is the summer bedroom. So we have this nice big window, so he would be able to have a breeze come in here. And even stepping in here right now, it's noticeably cooler than where we just were. Where you're going into now is his winter bedroom, which you can see it's much more enclosed. He learned that hardpan can work as a natural insulator. So he actually put a small fireplace in this room, and he would be able to close off this area and stay warm. So I think this is one of the few areas that we would actually describe as more cave-like, but that's because he's thinking of the winter time. And it does get fairly cold down here in the winter. We have more damp winters, not snow, but a fogginess to the air, a dampness in the air. So I think this is where he was really looking at closing himself in, lighting a fire, and still being comfortable in here.
How was he able to have a fireplace? I don't see a flue.
It's in the wall. And in fact, it is back to back with another fireplace in the room on the other side of this. They share a flue.
So there was no danger of smoke?
It was ventilated.
Okay.
Now, once again, maybe he had some trial and error with that, but as we've seen, he's a pretty brilliant man.
And what's this?
So this is one of his peek holes. So I mentioned before, Baldassar did not have a fence surrounding the property, and there were a lot of people that were very curious about what he was creating, and very often Baldassar would like to know who was here before he went out to see them. So just like today, so many of us have our little camera on our doorbell. He would set up peepholes, so if he heard someone walking around, he could just take a look and see who was coming in. And they're very often pointed down because they're actually pointed at people's feet. We have to think, farming community in the 1930s, 1940s, most people living in this area were probably pretty identifiable by their shoes. And so this one specifically was aimed at what he considered his front door.
Let's try to find the other side.
So it's actually in here. Right there.
Oh, there it is. Okay. This was a waterway?
So this was his fish pond, because the challenge with fish is keeping them fresh, right? And he's working with an ice box. So, you know, keeping fish for a little while might be a little challenging. So instead, he'd bring them back here after fishing. He would
Hey. Thank you for the follow, buddy.
This is Pandora, my giant rainforest floor vivarium, Orcadia, my giant treetop canopy vivarium, and Hydromeda, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium. All the creatures within have no idea their world is about to get a whole lot bigger with the Great Connection event I've been planning for months. You see, Pandora and Orcadia were already attached via a glass bridge through the floor and have long been exchanging their creatures within. But last week, a cave tunnel bridge had been completed. And so, it was time to remove the blockade to finally make the Great Connection event of our 3 Rainforest Worlds official. Let's do this, AC family. Just like that, the Great Connection event of Worlds was complete. I couldn't wait to see what creatures would cross over to the other side. But little did I know, I was in for the biggest surprise ever. Everything changed with this Great Connection. Welcome to the Season 4 finale of my
What?
Ecosystem Vivarium series, here
Wow.
on the Ants Canada Ant Channel.
Holy shit, bro. What?
But my plan was that the shrimp would have plenty of places to hide in Hydromeda from the dwarf pea puffers.
It's pretty cool. I'm gonna do something a little bit more exciting right now, I think.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is
Slap
Slap
Town.
We've got some seriously spooky video clips for you today, so hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content, just like this.
This is the scariest and craziest thing that's ever happened to me driving at night as a trucker.
A chilling piece of dashcam footage uploaded to TikTok by user These Haunted Hills is going viral after allegedly capturing something truly strange on camera.
Man, it scared the heck out of me. And it seemed like I was the only one who noticed it. Now you're going to see some really weird fog coming up here, and then there it is. I think it was a ghost truck. What do you guys think?
Fake as
The footage
fuck.
seems to show what many are calling
Stupid.
a ghost truck
Mm,
appearing in
fake.
the middle of a dark
What the
highway.
hell, man?
The video said
Fuck
it was
off.
filmed by a long-haul trucker is being
This is
described by the driver as
shit
the
I've ever
scariest
seen.
and craziest thing that's ever happened to me driving at night.
Yeah, you can tell in his voice.
Man, it
So
me
scared.
bad. And it seemed like I was the only one who noticed it. Now you're going to see some really weird fog coming up here, and then there it is. I think it was a ghost truck. What do you guys think?
The
Bullshit.
moment is so unexpected and surreal, many viewers initially thought it had to be a glitch until they watched it again and again.
And then there it is. I think it was a ghost truck. What do you guys think?
One viewer suggested that it might have been a warning of an accident that could happen. Another suggested the chilling possibility that the driver had just encountered
Shut
sort of
up.
spiritual imprint
Shut up.
hauntings, where the spotting, plastic, or highly emoting is believed encountered a residual haunting imprint left behind by a traumatic or highly emotional event. Unlike intelligent hauntings, where the spirit is said to interact with the living, a residual haunting is more like a loop or recording playing itself back in the environment. It often involves repeated sights, sounds, or movements, such as footsteps, voices, or even apparitions that appear at the same place and time. If this event was indeed a residual haunting, some speculate it could be the echo of a past accident. Perhaps a tragic crash involving a truck on that very tie in with that. So what do you think?
There it is. What,
Curious piece of curious piece of home footage shared to Reddit by user Kit10Catastro has captured the attention of paranormal enthusiasts after what appears to be a misty apparition was recorded inside a friend's living room. The video, filmed from a static indoor camera, begins with a calm scene, a dog lounging quietly in the living room. But within seconds, the animal perks up, stands, and leaves the room without hesitation, a moment that's drawn strong attention from viewers. Just after the dog exits, a mist-like shape suddenly appears in the bottom right corner of the frame. It lingers briefly before fading away. A few seconds pass before a second apparition, similar in appearance, emerges once more from the same corner. Shortly after, another shape briefly appears on the left side of the video. The soft floating nature of the shapes has viewers speculating about a potential paranormal presence, especially considering the dog's apparent sensitivity to the event. Animals are known to pick up on things we can't, one commenter wrote. That dog knew something was there. Interestingly, the dog doesn't appear frightened, just alert and uninterested in remaining in the room. This has led some to believe the presence may have been benevolent. Skeptics have suggested the mist could be dust, light reflection, or even a bug passing near the lens. But the timing, especially in sync with the dog's sudden departure, has fueled the belief that something more mysterious might have been caught on camera. A sharp-eyed Reddit user, KillingTime64, has caught something odd in an old episode of The Andy Griffith Show, and while they're not calling it paranormal, it's definitely got people talking. Let's see if you can spot it. In the clip, two actors are seen emerging from a doorway when something small suddenly drops from the ledge. The poster suggests it looks like a cigarette butt, but there's no clear source. There's no visible person or prop that seems responsible, and the timing, just as the characters step into view, adds a layer of weirdness. I'm not saying it's paranormal, the user wrote, but it is strange. So what do you think the object might be? Take another look and let us know what you think it was in the comments section below. The internet is abuzz with claims that the wildly popular Labubu doll, a collectible plush created by artist Cassie Long and sold by Pop Mart, might be more sinister than it looks. Some fans believe the toy's mischievous grin resembles that of Pazuzu, the demon featured in The Exorcist. Now, conspiracy theorists are suggesting that The Simpsons predicted Labubu's rise, and possibly its cursed nature after the resurfacing of a clip in which Homer receives a cursed statue.
It's here! Maggie's first Pazuzu! Your father ordered this because... Why did you order this?
I thought it was pizza.
Originally introduced in 2015 in Lung's illustrated book, The Monsters, Labubu was inspired by European fairy tales. Its quirky design, featuring wide eyes, sharp teeth, and a mischievous smile, became a cultural phenomenon when Pop Mart launched Blind Box Toys in 2019. Since then, Labubu has gained a massive fan base, including celebrities like Blackpink's Lisa, Kim Kardashian, and Rihanna. Recently, however, fans have taken to social media claiming the doll gives off a strange energy. Some say their doll's eye colours have changed, and others have even gone so far as to burn their Labubu, fearing spiritual attachment. But experts and skeptics alike are pushing back. Outlets like Snopes and Vanity Fair confirm there's no evidence that Labubu is demonic. Lung himself has clarified that his characters are meant to represent childlike wonder, not malevolence. Despite this, the hysteria continues to grow. Pop Mart reported over $400 million in sales from Labubu products in 2024 alone, with rare editions selling for five-figure prices on resale markets. The hype has led to brawls at product launches, waves of counterfeit Lafufu dolls, and even public safety concerns in multiple countries. So, is Labubu really cursed? The jury is still out.
I think anything that
Video
looks scary like that inherently is like cursed in a way, energetically.
Posted to Reddit by user available time 7293.
You know, because like it looks scary. Kids look at that and it's scary. So, and I think we probably manifest that and give it power and bring it to life.
Has sparked debate online after what appears to be a ghostly figure was caught on dashcam.
Bring it to life, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, oh.
All seems normal until the car exits the tunnel and appears to pass directly through a translucent, human-like shape standing in the road. The driver doesn't seem to react, suggesting they may not have seen anything at the time. Reactions from Reddit users have been divided. Some viewers believe the video might be authentic paranormal evidence, pointing out the uncanny timing and placement of the figure. Others, however, are more skeptical. Many have cited the video's poor quality, grainy and low resolution as a red flag. The lack of clear detail makes it difficult to tell whether the figure is real, a glitch, or the result of digital manipulation. A video uploaded to TikTok by user Mikola is making the rounds after capturing a bizarre moment on a dark, unsealed road. This driver was deep in the countryside in the middle of the night when suddenly this happened. A half-naked man suddenly bursts from the darkness, sprinting across the road just feet in front of the vehicle. While the figure was likely a prankster, one thing's for sure, encountering a scene like this in the dead of night on a remote road would likely shake even the calmest of drivers. A recent photo shared to Reddit by user FastBoysenberry839 is making waves among paranormal enthusiasts after what appears to be a ghostly figure was spotted in a corridor aboard the RMS Queen Mary, a ship long regarded as one of the most haunted locations in the world. At first glance, the photo seems ordinary, showing a hallway typical of the retired ocean liner, now permanently docked in Long Beach, California. The closer inspection reveals something chilling. A faint human-like silhouette lurking in the corridor, partially obscured by shadows and distance. Viewers were quick to connect the eerie sighting to the ship's infamous paranormal history. Over the decades, the Queen Mary has gained a reputation as a hotspot for supernatural activity, with countless reports of ghostly encounters, strange noises, and inexplicable events. Originally launched in 1936, the Queen Mary was a luxury ocean liner that transported passengers across the Atlantic in style until World War II, when it was transformed into a troop ship and nicknamed the Grey Ghost. It carried thousands of soldiers during the war and was even involved in a tragic accident in 1942 when it collided with and sank the HMS Curacoa, killing over 300 men. After the war, the Queen Mary resumed civilian service until retiring in 1967. Since then, it has operated as a hotel, museum, and tourist attraction, but many believe not everyone aboard ever left. Some of the most well-known ghost stories tied to the Queen Mary include the Lady in White, often seen near the ship's former first-class lounge. Jackie, a young girl said to haunt the ship's now-drained swimming pool area. And the spirit of a sailor who was crushed by a watertight door in the ship's engine room, an area many consider the most active hotspot for paranormal phenomena. Visitors and staff alike have reported footsteps in empty corridors, phantom voices, cold spots, and even full-body apparitions. Paranormal investigators from shows like Ghost Hunters and Most Haunted have explored the ship and documented numerous unexplained occurrences. The image posted by FastBoysenberry839 has reignited debates about the ship's lingering spirits. While skeptics argue the figure could be a trick of light, reflection, or simply pareidolia, others are convinced it's further evidence of the Queen Mary's haunted legacy. New footage shot inside the infamous Devil's Teeth Quarry in Springfield Township, New Jersey, has reignited speculation surrounding the still unsolved death of 16-year-old Jeanette De Palma. Her body, found atop the quarry cliff on September 19, 1972, had sparked widespread panic tied to an alleged witchcraft ritual. But new evidence and investigation are casting doubt on the paranormal angle. Jeanette disappeared on August 7, 1972. 6 weeks later, a local dog returned home carrying the teenager's forearm, having found her remains at the quarry, locally nicknamed Devil's Teeth. Her body was reportedly surrounded by a rudimentary wooden structure and small crosses, sparking sensational claims of occult activity, though authorities later found no occult objects. Due to extreme decomposition, no autopsy was completed, and her death remained officially listed as suspicious. The Hulu series Out There, Crimes of the Paranormal revisited Jeanette's case, highlighting alleged anomalies like missing evidence. Her purse was reportedly collected, but never logged. A grassroots group, Justice for Jeanette, has lobbied for her exhumation and modern forensic analysis, citing flawed early investigative practices. Recent drone-style footage captures the bleak quarry terrain that fueled the occult rumours, with its steep cliffs and piles of loose stone, nicknamed Devil's Teeth, that locals believe created the perfect stage for ritualistic activity. Despite reinforced scrutiny, no verified documentation has emerged to confirm satanic or cult involvement. But rumours persist, from a satanic Bible found in Jeanette's room to local claims that a cult operated near Watchung Reservation. Those who knew Jeanette, many of whom say she was a church-going teenager, fear her murder may involve sinister secrets still guarded by witnesses. Whether this was the product of a lone killer or something darker, the truth remains concealed beneath the rocky ledges of Devil's Teeth. For now, the mystery endures.
Bit one of their freaking heads off. A little toddler. I just was talking to Don Pollock on the
Before we
news right
get to
now.
our last segment, remember to hit that subscribe button and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll always be in the loop every time we drop our scary and creepy content.
Yeah. I'm on hold with Don Pollock right now. You know Don Pollock?
In early 2016, the quiet city of Forest Grove, Oregon, was jolted by a bizarre nocturnal phenomenon, an intermittent, high-pitched noise described by some as a mechanical scream, off-key flute, or steam whistle.
Hell no, bro.
The unsettling sound emerged near Gales Creek Road for approximately 2 weeks, prompting a flood of 200-plus reports to local authorities. Despite investigations, officials swiftly ruled out common sources. No faulty forest department equipment, gas leaks, water valves, wildlife, or nearby trains were found to be responsible. One hypothesis proposed by the fire marshal suggested a malfunctioning attic fan or heat pump, but this was never confirmed. The sound ceased abruptly in late February 2016, and by March, authorities had discontinued their investigation. Theories ranged wildly, from malfunctioning mechanical equipment to rumours of alien activity, or even Bigfoot. To this day, the Forest Grove sound remains an unresolved mystery, a mechanical howl with no clear origin, gone as suddenly as it began. Decades later, it still echoes in the town's collective memory, serving as a reminder that sometimes the truth may never be discovered. Over on our second channel, we take a look at the bizarre and mystifying Ted Sirios photos.
In the 1960s, an unassuming Chicago bellhop named Ted Sirios captivated the world with an extraordinary claim. He insisted that he could produce images, blurry but recognizable pictures of places and objects, simply by concentrating his thoughts. These photographs, as they came to be known, materialized on Polaroid film, seemingly bypassing the need for cameras, negatives, or darkrooms. Over the years, the story of Ted Serios has become a case study in the tension between belief and skepticism, art and trickery, mind and machine. To this day, Serios's work endures. Was he a gifted psychic, channeling the subconscious into physical form? Or was he simply a clever magician, exploiting the limitations of Polaroid cameras and the human desire to believe? This is Ted Serios and the haunting mystery of photography.
If you want to get the full story, there's a link in the description box below, and it's pinned in the comments. Well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to follow us on all our socials as well. We've got all those links in the description box.
Today's episode of the
Château d'Amour.
Conspiracy Files is going to be
Améro.
graphic, extremely
Améro.
disturbing, and it contains some information that may change how
Améro.
you view the world. I always start this show with a couple of warnings. Number one, I don't plan on doing anything to myself in the near future, so if something happens, you might have an idea of who did it. Number two, all facts presented in this show can be independently verified by visiting the resources document linked in the description of this show. I release a document for every episode we produce. And number three, all parties are considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So now, let's do a deep, dark dive. The Chateau d'Améroy.
Hello. I am back.
What a name. So I initially came across this story. Someone tagged Amaroy. What a name. So I initially came across this story. Someone tagged me in this, and I watched a YouTube video about it when I was actually on vacation. And immediately when I started learning about this place, I couldn't stop researching. So I ended up going through books. I watched every video I could find about this place. I did independent research, looked through documents, and tried to find as much information as I could about the chateau. But it's very weird, because there really isn't much information about this place. Now, with chateaus or castles in Europe, usually when you Google them and you try to find their history, you will immediately discover, who's lived there, the things that happened there, the dukes and duchesses that called these places home. But when it comes to the Chateau d'Ameroy, it seems that the history online has been heavily censored. In my opinion, that's for a reason. But it is very mysterious. With a place that's so huge and so historic, and it's an old building, usually you're going to find information about it online. But in my opinion, the history and information about the chateau has been purposefully obscured and hidden. And through this episode, you are going to understand why I think that. If you don't know, I have a YouTube channel. It's my main channel. It's called The Paranormal Files. I've been doing paranormal investigations for 10 years. And next week on The Paranormal Files, I'm releasing a full documentary about the Chateau d'Ameroy. We actually went there in person. We found some extremely disturbing stuff. We investigated the area, and it was indescribable. There's tripwires all around this place, motion sensors, cameras. It's the most heavily guarded place I think I've ever seen. And we got as close as we possibly could, and we even, drove right up to the front gate. If you want to see us actually visit this location and what our investigation yielded, what results it yielded, that video is going to be on my main channel, The Paranormal Files, on Monday. But let's get into this. I want to shout out Saber and Chandler Lewis for researching and helping write the script. She's incredible. Please show her some love, and let's get into it. The Ardennes Forest, a beautiful expanse of rolling hills, towering trees, and rushing rivers. A lush, sprawling region. The dense woodlands and deep valleys cover thousands of square miles, reaching through Luxembourg, France, Belgium, and Germany. The thick foliage evokes a feeling of enchantment, while rivers and streams bring serenity to the soul. It's the mystical beauty of the place that has drawn lovers of nature for many hundreds of years, but history buffs have their fair share of attraction as well. The history of the forest has been recorded since the Roman times, and the area is littered with historic ancient villages. The Ardennes is even mentioned in the 12th century song about Charlemagne, and the rock bear, which resides in the forest, is said to be the very site where the legend of Bayard took place. But the enchanted forest has its fair share of darkness, and contains legends much more sinister than those of the horse that jumped over the river Meuse with one powerful kick. Blood has soaked the grounds of the Ardennes, as it was the setting for the Battle of France, the Battle of the Ardennes,
These are great.
the horrific Battle of the Bulge. Knowing this already gives the mystique of the forest an eerie light. But there could be
Lenny's
something
and
lurking in the
Larry's.
trees that carries an even darker lore. In the gloom of the enchanting forest, a massive Gothic structure looms, its spires reaching to the sky with the spindly fingers of skeletons. The castle in question has 365 windows, numerous as the days of the year, and those windows peer out into the forest, watchful and omnipotent. The castle's powerful exterior may lend an air of beauty to the building, yet within, demons dance to the tune of satanic ritual chants. This place in question is the Chateau d'Ameroy, the Castle of Kings, or as it's colloquially known, the Mothers of Darkness Castle, a structure so foreboding that locals in nearby town refuse to speak its name. Rumors for years have covered the castle, numerous as the stones that built it, and whispers wind their way through the grounds of her guardianship like the wind. These whispers speak of witches, ritual abuse of children, and a global cabal of the elite that secretly runs our world. The rumors speak of the fabled Illuminati and their dark designs that pull the strings of our governments and media like puppets on a stage. They speak of a man who stole children from their families, and even ended their lives, to supply the witches with fodder for their dark machinations. These rumors speak of fire, death, and destruction, creating the lifeblood of one of the darkest conspiracies in our world, one that could shatter the peace we so carefully construct for ourselves, secrets that would plunge us into a worldwide society of chaos. Built originally in 1849 by the Count of Mesnil, Chateau d'Ameroy resides deep in the countryside of Belgium, only a 12-minute drive south of the town of Bouillon, requiring passage through restricted roadways. The property was sold to Theodore van der Meer, the 8th Marquess of Ashe, in 1859, then sold again 10 years later to Prince Philippe, Count of Flanders, brother of King Leopold II. These new owners were descended from the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha bloodline, the same bloodline as the current British royal family, and the same bloodline as the infamous Vlad the Impaler. Fire destroyed the original chateau structure in 1873, but Prince Philippe commissioned a replacement from architect Gustave Saint-Amand, and his work, a massive neo-Gothic structure, still stands today. After the prince died in 1905, his 3 kids inherited the castle, after which they sold it to the Liege wood merchant Robert Colette for 7 million Belgian francs. The exact date of the purchase is unknown, but Colette later sold the property once again. Alice Solvay, the niece of Belgian chemist and industrialist Ernest Solvay, purchased the castle, and her family continued its guardianship over 100 years later. The Solvays themselves are an elite family in Belgium, as Ernest and his brother Alfred created a chemical company in 1863, which they named after their family. This company, created to produce sodium carbonate, still operates to this day, and earned $12.4 billion in revenue in 2015. It employs over 30,000 people in 53 countries. Solvay is still in active production today, working on different types of sustainable fuel cells, as well as manufacturing fluorine or fluoride products, such as sodium fluoride, commonly used in drinking water. That's a whole conspiracy you can go down, calcifying the pineal gland, sodium or fluoride in our drinking water, and the government's real goals behind that. But we're going to leave that to another day. It is interesting, though, that this family that owns Chateau d'Ameroy is in the fluoride business. The Solvays also maintained a pharmaceutical branch that developed and sold the SSRI Luvox for the treatment of obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, this branch was sold to Abbott Labs in 2009. As some of the pioneers of Belgium's industrial prosperity, the Solvays were certainly wealthy enough and of enough status to own a chateau of such marvelous construction and history as the Chateau d'Ameroy. But it seems that the Solvays were a private group, as very few photos of the outside of the castle are available or even exist, and pictures of the inside are nearly non-existent. There is no video tour, there are no photos of this place. Quite bizarre. Even in Ernest Solvay's time, he was regarded with rumor, as he and his family led very secretive lives. These early rumors of a secretive family living behind stone walls may have spun the locals into telling even darker tales as time has gone on, or perhaps there is something more that made them wary of the property. When it comes to the Chateau d'Ameroy, locals are frightened to speak of the place. If coaxed into telling their stories, they'll tell you tales of darkness, of things far more sinister than a family who likes to keep to themselves. Locals talk about tunnels beneath the building, secret chambers hidden within the castle, a room with 1,000 points of light in the ceiling, and a low melody that echoes through the woods on Belgium's darkest nights. Some even mention Egyptian symbols representing the sun on the building, pointing to dark occult worship. But beyond this mystery, haunting tales are shared between locals, tales of witches and satanic worship, and a cabal of the elite that joins with the witches in sacrificial blood magic. But is there any truth to these rumors? And moreover, how could any of this have been revealed, and why wouldn't somebody just go in and put a stop to it? Well, the Chateau d'Emeraude was a fixture in Belgium for a very long time, but didn't gain its claim to a disturbing sort of fame until many years after it was built. Some argue that the Solveys, that family, were active in secret societies, with tales of extravagant parties that hosted many influential figures. The rumors of the Solvay family were definitely gossip-worthy, certainly, but they weren't enough to warrant such an insidious reputation. People who approach the Chateau d'Emeraude today have noticed a number of extremely bizarre things. The castle is surrounded by tripwires, barbed wire, and a state-of-the-art security system. They have guards that are patrolling the grounds at all times, secret cameras hidden in the trees, tripwires, motion detectors. There's video and photo proof of these things. What the hell are they hiding? We ourselves saw that stuff when we visited the chateau, and it's really, really crazy. I've been to 1,000 abandoned buildings. I've been to government buildings. I've broken into buildings that were protected. You know, I snuck onto a Royal Air Force compound in 2019 that was half abandoned, snuck right by military police. They couldn't give less of a shit. This was in England. But the chateau is like the most secure place ever built. It definitely has a very, very eerie, odd vibe when you're out there. You know you're being watched. It's like Bohemian Grove. And you just know that something isn't right. It feels fucking terrible out there. And it's interesting because though the chateau is a historic building, once owned by a Prince of Belgium, both the National Geographic and the BBC have been denied access to the building by its owners. Yes, National Geographic and the BBC both independently reached out to the owners of the Chateau d'Emeraude, wanting to talk about the history and wanting to visit the building and show what it looks like inside, but they were shut down. It's so strange. And the Chateau d'Emeraude, also called the Castle.
Yeah, that is sketch.
Of Kings, through all of this conspiracy, has now gained the notorious nickname, the Mothers of Darkness Castle. But before we get into all this, we need to find some evidence, and we need to talk about the Marc Dutroux scandal. Because these dark tales wouldn't find their roots until the turn of the 21st century, but they couldn't have found more putrid soil to sprout from. Indeed, the stories of the castle truly took a turn for the unspeakable, once a man named Marc Dutroux entered the public eye in the worst way imaginable. Marc Dutroux, born November 16, 1956, was a career criminal who found his operating grounds on the streets of Belgium. We already did an episode about Marc Dutroux. If you want to do a deep dive into his case, it's already on the Conspiracy Files. And we did a documentary that's coming on my main channel in the next few weeks, where we went to every single Marc Dutroux location, including the site of his house. We had people confront us. It was fucking crazy. Marc Dutroux was a scrap dealer and an unemployed electrician who supplemented his income with thievery, stolen car trading, and drug dealing. Some people believe that Dutroux was also involved in adult property. But these crimes weren't enough for Dutroux as he grew older. You see, Dutroux had a record for being a pervert when it came to women. He would regularly and purposefully bump into women at local ice rinks as an excuse to touch them. This was already creepy enough, but Dutroux also had a wife and children at home. His first wife had divorced him over allegations of abuse in 1983, and he later remarried. But Dutroux simply wasn't satisfied with one woman. According to his second wife, Dutroux would regularly go out and attempt to cheat, but apparently he wasn't meeting enough women on these ventures. Since he wasn't reeling in enough prospects the legal way, Dutroux then took his crimes to a much more disturbing level in the 1980s. He began to kidnap and teenage girls, aided by several accomplices, one of which was his wife. 5 teens, one as young as 15 and one as old as 19, were kidnapped and assaulted before Dutroux was finally caught and arrested. He and his accomplices received jail time. However, Dutroux only received 13 years for his crimes for raping 5 teenagers. And of that time, he only served 3 years in prison. You see, Marc Dutroux was released by Melchior Wathelet, Belgian Minister of Justice at the time. This release was granted against the advice from professionals, one the public prosecutor, and the other Marc Dutroux's prison psychiatrist. Both of these individuals regarded Dutroux as extremely dangerous, yet apparently the Minister of Justice thought otherwise. And more concerning was the fact that while he was in prison, Marc Dutroux was receiving money from the government of Belgium. You see, he had convinced a healthcare professional that he had a mental illness that caused him to be disabled, and he collected around the equivalent of $3,000 a month in public assistance. Marc then used this money to pay for several properties that he owned in Belgium. Most of these were vacant, and some were even eventually used to and hold his kidnapping victims. But despite somehow having the money for 7 properties, Dutroux's state stipend was reduced. The question could and should be asked how an unemployed electrician and scrap dealer was making enough money to own 7 properties. Yet, his funds were never looked into, even though these funds were being used to maintain ownership of the locations used to hold and assault his victims. Most could assume that this high cash flow was due to Marc's drug dealing and stolen car trading, but the truth of this insane cash flow was never revealed. Now, we know that Dutroux got this money from trafficking and children to the elites, but we'll talk about that in a second. While Marc was in prison, he was prescribed sedatives for a fake sleeping disorder that he created, sedatives that he would later use on his victims. After his early release in 1992, Dutroux went a step further into the criminal world. Kidnapping weren't evil enough for him. He had to turn to murder. Converting the basement of one of his homes into a dungeon with a hidden door, Dutroux took to the streets, this time targeting even younger victims. And as children began to disappear across Belgium, people began to panic. From June 1995 to August 1996, 6 girls, 2 as young as 8 years old, were confirmed to have been abducted by Dutroux, though some believe that many...
Dude, that motherfucking judge who let him out is guilty. Should be charged.
Many more children were victims of this evil man. And of the 6 victims, 4 were... I definitely think Dutroux had way more victims. I mean, I know that that's true. There's so much proof of it. Dutroux's reign of terror only ended, though, when Belgian police discovered 2 of his victims chained in his basement dungeon. 4 of the girls had already been killed, and these 2 were incredibly lucky to be alive. The proper investigation could have saved more. You see, the house where the victims were being held had already been searched before, after a credible tip was provided that came from Dutroux's own mother. You see, tips had been coming in about Dutroux for months, but the police, for some reason, never followed up, despite Dutroux already being arrested and convicted on rape charges only a few years in the past. So, many people had called the local police and said Marc Dutroux is abducting and children, and they didn't do anything for some reason, even though he was already convicted of being teenagers just a year or 2 before. And Dutroux's mother actually called in a tip and said, I think my son's doing these things. So the police went to Marc Dutroux's house. While they were in there, they heard the screams of children. The police talked about this. They actually said they were hearing screaming and children, and there was something that they were hearing, and they didn't do anything. The police later on said that they assumed the voices were coming from outside, and they didn't attempt to find the hidden door to the dungeon that concealed them. And because of this failure, the 2 8-year-old victims would later die. That's right, the police were in the house where the girls were being held hostage. They were hearing the girls scream, acting on a tip about Marc Dutroux abducting and children, and they just walked out the door and let those kids die. They should be sentenced to prison. Dutroux was only caught after being positively identified while he was kidnapping someone. He was finally arrested on August 13th, 1996, along with 2 of his accomplices. And as police investigated the horror show Dutroux had left behind, they located tapes and the bodies of children buried in his backyard. But moreover, they discovered the body of one of Dutroux's accomplices, a man named Bernard Weinstein, whom he had allegedly killed because he had become a liability and was at risk of being caught by police. Dutroux had been caught, and he would finally be sentenced to serve out the rest of his life in prison. A botched investigation would set all of Belgium into a frenzy. You see, aside from the police having allowed those 2 8-year-old girls by failing to properly investigate, the Belgian police practically protected every other accomplice of Dutroux's that could have been revealed. You see, throughout their investigation, the police found videos, undeveloped film, and photographs of the victims. However, the police failed to examine them. Furthermore, a speculum, a device used to examine the vagina during a pelvic exam, was located in Marc Dutroux's home and was even handled by police, but it was never sent in for forensic analysis. Why? Then, the autopsy of one of the victims proved that she had been assaulted for a very long period of time, over and over again. Yet the police claimed there was no DNA evidence, no witness reports, or forensic reports to prove that these assaults were from Dutroux or any of his accomplices. DNA testing was performed, yet no one was informed of the results, not even the prosecutors who would go on to handle the case that would finally shut Dutroux away forever. It was also revealed that the police had failed to follow up on a tip that could have caught more accomplices and saved a young girl's life. One of the 8-year-old girls had been spotted at a nightclub in Charleroi, Belgium, but the police failed to show up at the scene to investigate. This only became more concerning, as at the time of the sighting, Marc Dutroux had been arrested for car theft. So that doesn't make sense. Marc Dutroux, at that exact moment, had been arrested for stealing cars, and he was in prison. He was actually serving a sentence. So if this victim was at a Charleroi nightclub during Marc Dutroux's brief stay in prison, then someone else would have had access to Marc's dungeon where the girls were being kept. Marc's wife was apparently left in charge of the girls, yet she later stated she was too afraid to even go near them. Multiple unidentified hairs were found in the dungeon after the home was finally searched. Those hairs were sent to DNA analysis, and these 25 unknown DNA profiles were identified, but they never attempted to match them. So that means you've got 25 whose hairs were found in Marc Dutroux's dungeon, and the police have done the analysis. They can compare these hairs, but they just never did it. And even more disturbingly, a judge lied to one of the case prosecutors about this heroin fact. Besides all these failures, judges were removed from the case, victim testimonies were thrown out, and one of the victims who came forward about Dutroux was assaulted in the media and called a liar to make her lose credibility in the eyes of the public. With all of this, everyone knew that there had to be something else at hand, something that simply just couldn't be incompetence. Many could see where this was going. It was clear that the Belgian government was protecting someone, or worse, multiple people. It was revealed that Dutroux was supplying children to a pedophilia ring, and there were accomplices within the business world and the government of Belgium. One of Dutroux's accomplices admitted that the two girls, the two youngest, were kidnapped on the order of a mysterious third party. But then suddenly this accomplice stopped cooperating with the police because of death threats. Pointing further to the fact that Dutroux was acting on orders, it was shown that he owned several houses, and by the end of the investigation, they determined that he was worth 6 million francs. The police didn't follow this trail though, but someone else did, thank God. You see, this is where WikiLeaks comes in. Through a WikiLeaks release, it was learned that large sums of cash were sent to Dutroux's wife's bank account, even including from different currencies than the franc. WikiLeaks even claimed, and you can go verify these, I've looked at the documents, that these currencies and this money arrived right at the same time that girls were abducted. So it seems the transfers in values suggested the sum that Marc Dutroux was indeed linked to a pedophile ring and that he was the supplier. Dutroux even said so himself. He claimed that he was acting on orders to kidnap the girls. He stated that he personally wasn't a pedophile and that he was supplying these children to other people. It was also revealed that Dutroux was aided in some of his kidnappings by the Belgian police themselves. It became the belief of the people of Belgium that Dutroux was supplying these girls to the government of Belgium, as well as to the business elite. This only became more clear when Jean-Michel Nihoul, a business magnate, was pointed to as an organizer for the parties when children would be supplied to pedophiles, some by Dutroux. These parties were not only organized for pedophiles to assault children at, however, some also claimed that they were a place for sadism, brutal torture, and even the murder of children. Yes, victims have claimed that they were forced to murder other children at these parties. Victims have claimed that some of these high-ranking people in the Belgian government and business class would pay money for the ability to and then murder a child. They would film this stuff, and it's the sickest, most twisted shit. Yet much of this was completely ignored by the Belgian government. And when witnesses started coming forward to share their stories, they started dying. In true conspiracy fashion, people who had information suddenly began to in mysterious ways. Overall, 20 witnesses directly involved with the Dutroux case died. There's a lot more that had, partial connections to it that died in weird ways as well. And much of this truth was hidden forever. I mean, this shit is fucking crazy. It's in the episode we did, but this would be like, someone was like, a witness would be driving to the police station to do an interview with the police, and their car would swerve and smash into a wall and they'd die. Or someone was going to testify to the police or whatever the situation was, but they'd be like talking to the authorities the next day, and the night before they would jump off a bridge and be found drowned in the river. 20 people like that. There's explosions, gunshots, murders, self-unalivings. all that stuff. And if 20 witnesses were killed, how many more were threatened into silence? That's a good question to ask. Moreover, Dutroux wife, the one who received those bank transfers and received that money for the kidnappings, she was sentenced to prison time as well, but quickly found refuge in a monastery and now lives alongside the nuns who inhabit it. It was clear that something much bigger was going on than just a small gang of sick men. When it was revealed how depraved these men's crimes were and how the government practically protected them and his accomplices, marches were organized across Belgium, one which would be the largest demonstration in Belgian history, with over 300,000 participants. Yes, the Belgian government covered up this story so insanely, and the police, and it just showed that every single person was involved in this thing, all the way to the top of the Belgian monarchy and government, that 300,000 people got out on the streets protesting the government for being pedophiles. This case almost led to a full-scale revolution against the Belgian government, and after the events of the investigation, nearly a third of Belgians with the Dutroux surname legally changed it to have no association with the criminal. So eventually, Marc Dutroux was sentenced to life in prison in 2004, and after the trial ended, the case files were sealed and heavily redacted to ensure that no one could ever stumble upon the grisly truth. That's one way governments enact cover-ups. They seal files so that nobody can ever look at the truth of what really happened in these cases. WikiLeaks, though, wouldn't let that stand. In 2009, they made sure to publish what they could find for the public to view. But the Belgian government acted quickly. They scrubbed these documents from the internet as fast as they could and ensured that no one could look in on their dirty secrets. They claimed that they removed the documents from the internet because certain people were named who were innocent, but who had been mentioned during the investigation. The government of Belgium said that they didn't want these people facing unjust scrutiny, so they were hiding the documents from the public eye. This only confirmed to people who looked at these documents their suspicions that these perpetrators were sky-high members of society, that the government of Belgium was hiding an elite pedophile ring that operated right under the citizens' noses. Moreover, the Belgian X-Files, as they were called, were later released, detailing the accounts of witnesses. All the details of this case made it clear that high amounts of money were involved, as well as blackmail and a sophisticated organization that protected its members. You see, themes of blackmail and pedophile rings are extremely common, especially in the Western world. Just look at cover-ups like the Franklin cover-up, Jeffrey Epstein, anybody, J. Edgar Hoover, Roy Cohn, everybody. I mean, these people are all involved in blackmail. It's a political thing. And basically what it entails is people trying to get blackmail on politicians. Like, let's say you set up this pedophile ring and your children out. You get a senator super drugged up. You know that he's already got an interest in kids because for some reason politics attracts pedophiles. Just look at the last video or episode we did. And then you say, hey man, we're in this secret room, the secret club, this is a political party, you trust everybody here, here's an underage prostitute that you can go have sex with. Then they videotape and photograph that senator having sex with that child, and when they wake up the next day hungover, the person running that party sends them a photograph on their phone or slips them, an envelope with a printed out photograph of them and says, I own you now. Now you have to do exactly what I tell you to do. That's where the control comes from in the blackmail. But more information comes from the Marc Dutroux scandal that isn't part of the general conspiracy. One that makes it even more evil and depraved than simply a massive pedophile ring. In the home of Bernard Weinstein, the accomplice killed by Marc Dutroux, an undated letter was found. This letter was supposedly sent by someone called Anubis, and mentioned gifts for a high priestess. There was even a designation about the age and gender that the presents should be. The reason for these gifts was that a very special ceremony would soon be taking place. This was all written down in the letter. A cult in Charleroi, one of the main locations for Dutroux's crimes allegedly, had a member who used the very same alias. The cult that this member belonged to was called Abraxas, a satanic sect operating in Belgium. In late 1996, the police followed up on the note and raided their headquarters, the Institute of Abraxas, with 150 police officers. Police took away full bags of papers, video cassettes, and even a whole refrigerator. The news outlet Irish Times even said that the police took away black magic ritual implements and human skulls. The high priestess of this satanic cult, Dominique Kindermans, later spoke to the police and stated that, of course, she had no knowledge of Dutroux nor his accomplice Weinstein. But more kept coming out. An abandoned mine complex was searched nearby in the suburb of Jumet. The authorities believed that abducted children kidnapped by Dutroux were being held inside of this abandoned mining complex. This is because Dutroux had written about this and drawn out diagrams of it before he was arrested. A spokesman was then asked to comment on the link between Abraxas and the mining complex, However, this spokesman refused. And Abraxas is insane. So if you actually dig into this case and you actually do the research on this thing, a lot of people that I've spoken with about Dutroux, when you bring up this Abraxas angle, they want to say, oh, there was nothing definite ever proven there. There was no concrete connection. And I'll say true. There really wasn't anything that was initially discovered, at least to our knowledge, inside of the Abraxas compound, which now that I say that out loud, it's like you got 150 police officers. They obviously thought something was going on there. The Belgian police were already corrupt as fuck in this case. So it's like, even if they found, 15 rolls of child, it's not like they would come out and say that. I mean, it's really weird, but there's some really weird things about Abraxas. The main thing that when you talk to people, they say, oh, they were just kind of a scapegoat for Marc Dutroux. But that's, in my mind, untrue. I mean, the letter itself is extremely bizarre. It's written directly to Bernard Weinstein. It's in his house. I think it was the night before or the day before the raid on Abraxas. Witnesses who lived in the area that surrounded their temple, they actually saw members loading a ton of shit out of the building. Like, it looked like they were moving out, they said. There's people that saw this and they testified about it. So it's just, I mean, really weird timing. What are the odds that you're going to be moving out a ton of shit? I mean, like, that's a really weird fucking point. People have mentioned rumors for many years that secret tunnels connect Chateau d'Ameroy to the rest of Belgium. But there's even more compelling evidence that links Marc Dutroux, his massive pedophile organization, and the Mothers of Darkness Castle. Many of the Marc Dutroux scandal activities are said to have taken place in castles, named by leaked documents on the Dutroux case. This theory was further pressed forward by the 2001 book, Pedophilia File, The Scandal of the Dutroux Affair. In this book, the Chateau d'Ameroy is said to be the site of not only child abuse, but also satanic rituals. Apparently, according to the authors, a report that surfaced from the Dutroux affair brings a concerning letter to light. It's from a retired gendarme or police officer, and specifically, it mentions this castle. This gendarme apparently hosted a priest from Mexico in early 1996. A friend of the priest, a Dutchman, came to pick him up from the gendarme's home. This Dutchman apparently claimed that the Chateau d'Ameroy was a place where pedophilic parties, as well as the satanic ritual sacrifice of children, took place. Councilmen, lawyers, and high-ranking judges in the government were all said to have attended orgies organized by Dutroux's organization. And according to the Dutchman who wrote that letter, the one who informed him of this activity was a member of NATO, and he was an American. Apparently, this American participated in one of these rituals and was disgusted by it, and later returned to the US. But that wasn't all. Apparently, this priest who the Dutchman came to see was later in contact with the families of the two 8-year-old victims of Marc Dutroux. But more came forward from author and conspiracy theorist Fritz Springmeier. Apparently, the castle is indeed used by pedophiles and Satanists and murder small children in a ritual called the Pink Ballet. Now, to put this into perspective real quick, the Belgian X-Files, I've read through every single page. There are hundreds of pages, and they're some of the most incredibly disturbing shit I've ever read. They're all essentially summaries of testimony or direct testimony from victims and witnesses of Dutroux's crimes that were, I believe, mostly, if not completely, deemed unusable in court. So they had hundreds and hundreds of pages of testimony of children talking about getting, naming people's names, talking about watching children get. I remember one of the things I read was this girl watched these men make another little girl, I don't even know how to say this, she had no clothing on, and apparently they made a dog do things to the girl, and then they allowed the dog to eat the girl from the privates up while she was alive, and they filmed this whole thing, and the men were laughing watching this. We actually visited the place where that was supposed to have happened in our Dutroux documentary, but that's just one. There's thousands of things like that these children are claiming happened, and the police completely ignored all of them and said that, yeah, this stuff didn't happen. These are just, we can't confirm that this happened because there's no witness that's going to speak to it other than the witness themselves, which is the child. And so that's why when you get into these X-Files, it's a controversial thing because, it's weird. There isn't like direct physical evidence, but there is a lot of really, really, really direct evidence. Like there's one victim who testified named Regina Loof, and she talked about where that dog thing happened, and she described the interior of this building, said it was made by this corporation. It's got a very distinct interior. She described the furniture, the lighting, everything. It was an industrial building, so a place that a child would never be. She had no family that worked there, anything like that. And when the police brought her there to talk about it, they went into the building and found that it was exactly how she had described it. So stuff like that. There's a ton of corroborating evidence in there. And it's just wild to me that the police just never did anything. They sealed these files so that people would never read them or learn about this stuff. But let's get back to the chateau and the Pink Ballet. I just wanted to explain that so when we talk about the Belgian X-Files, you know what I'm referring to. It's a victim testimony. The Pink Ballet is mentioned quite regularly in the Belgian X-Files. The files were named the X-Files because the witnesses' own identities were redacted in favor of the letter X and a variable associated. So these kids, these victims, instead of using their names in these X-Files, these victims were referred to as X1, X2, X3, X4, and so on. The witnesses state that the Pink Ballet was connected to or supplied by Dutroux and his accomplices. Apparently, video evidence was captured of this event, videos which included the faces and names of prominent politicians. With confirmation that this ritual exists, could Springmeier have been taking it a step too far by saying it was a satanic ritual where took place? Witness X1, or Regina Louf, says otherwise. During the trial, Regina was deemed witness X1 to protect her identity, but later came out into the open. This woman and others described some horrific events that would occur at these gatherings. Louf went to the media in 1998, being interviewed by Panorama, partially sharing her story. According to Regina, she was raised by her grandmother from birth to be used by the massive pedophile ring, of which Dutroux was only a small part. Regina was trained in the most demented of ways, experiencing things that children should not even know exist, let alone be subjected to. Regina stated that she began to be abused by pedophiles within the ring at the age of 3 or 4. And that money was the primary objective. She also said that snuff films were a regular aspect of her life. When she was 10 years old, Regina claimed she became pregnant by a pedophile. After giving birth to this man's baby, Regina was only allowed to be with her child for a few moments before this group of pedophiles ripped the baby from her arms, assaulted it, and murdered the baby, then its corpse, all on video while smiling and laughing in front of Regina, since she was 10 years old. She continued on, saying that when children were past the age where they could be bought and sold, they were killed on film, and those films were then sold to clients. Regina stated that she had seen the films herself, and that these videos were regularly viewed and played at these parties. At these parties, several children will be provided to groups of pedophiles. She went on to say that those who had been witnesses to the murder in real life were at the parties, and that they gave commentary as the video was playing out, cold and remorseless of their monstrous crime. She stated that while the pedophiles would be watching these snuff films, she and the other children in attendance were. She then gave an account of the murder of 16-year-old Christine Van Hees, a murder linked to both Marc Dutroux and Michel Nihoul, the business magnate. 16-year-old Christine was apparently forced into by Michel Nihoul after being introduced through Marc Dutroux. Regina explained that Christine, the 16-year-old victim, was murdered because she couldn't adapt to the and so she was killed by Dutroux, Nihoul, and others that she refused to name. She then named other girls who were victims and described the levels at which people entered the organization. She said that people didn't immediately enter the ring and take part in the murder. She said that people were introduced slowly over time, and as they became more trustworthy and moved up in the ring, they were pressed into further atrocities. At first, she said, these men would have to engage in a pedophilic with girls bordering a legal age. But then, as the men moved up in the hierarchy of the ring, they would take part in bestiality, sadism, torture, and at the highest levels, ritual murder. But not just anyone could join. They had to be powerful and have good connections that the ring could make use of. Regina said that it was just as much about maintaining contacts with the elite as it was about pedophilia. Regina didn't share everything in her Panorama interview, however. In one of her testimonies, Regina talked about something that makes one's blood run cold. At an unnamed castle, children, according to Regina, were forced to strip naked except for shoes, and were then told to run off into the forest. Behind them, men with dogs waited to chase them. Regina was not a victim of the hunting party in this testimony. She said that she was forced to participate in the hunt. She was told she had to go hunt and murder a child, or that she would be killed herself. Interestingly, one supposed survivor of satanic ritual abuse discussed something that she experienced, a situation so exactly similar that it could have been at the same event. At a party attended by members of the ruling elite, according to this victim, children would be stripped naked except for tennis shoes and allowed to run into the forest. Behind them, the members of the elite chased them, wearing masks, armed and ready to kill if the children were caught. It mimicked the most dangerous game.
the famous story by Richard Connell, where a Russian aristocrat hunts a castaway on an island in the Caribbean. Even in real life, this so-called game was dubbed with this title, even though the victim was not an accomplished big game hunter, but blameless innocent children. The survivor stated that the game would start early in the evening, which Regina Louf also corroborated. This unnamed survivor felt she had no place to run and no place to hide, though, and there were no limits as to what could happen to her at the time. It was one of the most extreme situations she had ever survived. Yet somehow, she managed to pull through. The fact that satanic cults could exist right now before our very eyes, and the depth of evil of the crimes they were committing, seems like something that could only happen in a barbaric era. But was this horrific game also being played at the Chateau d'Ameroy? And was it satanic in nature, as the unnamed survivor experienced? There have been reports about the Chateau that these are the games that they play, the most dangerous games, these hunting parties. And obviously that's not something that's going to be written down in history. Regina Louf did have something to say about satanic rituals in her portion of the X-Files. She talked about blood rituals being held at a castle near Eindhoven in the Netherlands, and said that Mark Dutroux was indeed connected to satanic groups. Moreover, multiple witnesses in the X-Files claimed that prominent men in Belgian society were witnesses to and accomplices in satanic rituals at several locations in Europe, some of which included blood magic and sacrifice. But who was this cult? And what was their aim? Well, one of the cults that was named in the files of Dutroux's case, like we mentioned before, was Abraxas. This cult's name has ancient origins and is known to worship a demon by the same name. This demon is mentioned in an ancient Egyptian invocation, as well as in Judeo-Christian texts. The Basilidians, described by Infernal Dictionary author J. Colin de Plancy as the heretics of the 2nd century, labeled this being as the supreme god. The Catholic Church had labeled this being as a demon, and Plancy stated that the Basilidians attributed Abraxas' rule to 365 skies and 365 virtues. Plancy further states that the Basilidians believed Abraxas sent Jesus Christ to earth and that Jesus was merely a benevolent ghost. The being is referred to as several different beings, some claiming it's a god, some a demon, and some an archon. What is repetitious in all beliefs, though, is that 365 is a very significant number for this being, as the name in Greek contains the number 365. The same number as the days of the year, the Basilidians believed that Abraxas had another 364 gods at his disposal. Interestingly, the Chateau d'Ameroy has exactly 365 windows. Abraxas in ancient amulets is depicted as a being with the head of a king and a serpent, or two serpents for feet. In the amulets, a word is spelled, possibly related to abracadabra, the ancient ritual incantation meant to ward off illness, misfortune, or harm. Above his head, he holds a whip. This connection was discovered in the note to Weinstein sent by an anonymous member of a modern-day Abraxas cult. Dutroux received aid in kidnapping children for the pedophile ring he was employed by, apparently from police who were also wrapped up in his scrap dealing and car theft. Interestingly enough, the publication De Spiegel announced that 4 Belgian police officers were discovered to be Abraxas members, with one serving as the cult's treasurer. One of the witnesses to the cult implicated Prince Alexander de Moreau of Belgium in a black mass where children were babies were and sacrifices of both animals and adults took place. Apparently, the this ritual were men in black hoods. Prince Alexander is again implicated by Witness X2 as being part of the child hunts that Regina Louf described, though these occurred at Chimay Castle. Satanic feasts are also mentioned, as well as a ritual where an infant and sheep and their blood combined will takes place.
What? What the fuck did you say? God damn, bro. Like, something about a baby and a sheep. Fuck, man. Fucking Christ. Are these people are still out there, huh? That's great. That's just wonderful.
Files, children were forced to eat human flesh and were branded with hot irons. It doesn't seem that any sane being could preside over such horrors, but according to some, those who preside over the rituals were once victims themselves. The Chateau d'Ameroy is better known by English speakers as the Mothers of Darkness Castle, and this name comes from the supposed witches who allegedly performed dark magic within its halls. Called the Mothers of Darkness, or High Priestesses, it's claimed that these satanic satanic witches were ordained
Thank you
from
for the
birth,
follow.
having descended from old satanic families. Rumors abound that the powerful elite have been part of satanic families for generations, with some even saying that Queen Elizabeth, the same bloodline as the former Saxe-Coburg owners, is also descended from Satanists. The Mothers of Darkness, or the witches of the Chateau de Amouroy, are said to have been the subjects of satanic ritual abuse from an extremely early age. These rituals are alleged to contain physical, sexual, and mental abuse. This abuse results in a dissociative disorder that allows children to be programmable, so that as they grow older, they will willingly participate and even perpetrate the abuse of children. This dissociative disorder is typically multiple personality disorder, now known as dissociative identity disorder. This abuse that these children suffer at a young age fractures their minds early on due to the continuous trauma. In dissociative identity disorder, the victim's personality becomes incredibly warped as a way to deal with the extreme suffering they faced as children. Because they were trained to live with the trauma, they become accustomed to it, and they're groomed to take part in it. The result of mental trauma is well documented, with sexual abuse survivor Paul Benassi, famed for speaking out against the Franklin Credit Union pedophile ring, suffering from the same disorder, claiming that he too was abused as a child in order to be programmed. But back to the witches of the Chateau. According to people who've researched this matter, when these women, the Mothers of Darkness, have reached adulthood, they're finally able to continue the cycle of violence that dominated their whole lives as children. Now that these women are adults and hardwired to accept the trauma, they perform these horrific rituals at the behest of the elite, doing their bidding regardless of the cost. Now, where does all this information come from? I mean, it seems like we're just pulling this from thin air, right? Well, Regina Louf can be cited as a source of evidence in this case. She stated in one of her witness testimonies that she was forced to participate in the abuse as she got older, already having been programmed to accept the abuse from her earliest days. From a young age, Regina was programmed to accept the traumas of her life, even apparently forced to kill at some points. If Regina could be trained to kill, perhaps these women of the Chateau de Amouroy could be trained to do even worse. Something eerie about the Chateau and the Mothers of Darkness as well is, apparently according to some people and some stuff that I've read, these women are never allowed to leave the walls of the castle. So that would mean that these witches, these satanic witches, are inside of the Chateau de Amouroy at all times. They don't come outside, maybe every once in a while at night to do these rituals, but they're held there and confined there and broken and abused until they become these contorted human demons. So that was eerie when we visited the Chateau, thinking there could be these people in there. But why in Belgium? Why would all these horrible things be happening there? And why would a satanic pedophile cult be hiding in the Chateau de Amouroy? Well, Brussels hosts the Council of the European Union, as well as serving as a hub for NATO, just as a NATO member was mentioned in the witness statements about the Chateau. Because of these major organizations being concentrated here, some believe that Belgium is the concentration point for the New World Order. Many rich and powerful people make stops in Belgium, all well connected and useful for a cult such as Abraxas. Perhaps because these connected people meet here, Abraxas uses it as a poaching ground for inducting new members into their dark ranks. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Perhaps this massive satanic cult, with satanic ritual sites mentioned across Belgium, Holland, and the Netherlands, placed their own into these positions of power and flourished from there. There are more supposed satanic estates in Belgium itself. We visited a few of them. Certainly, the Institute of Abraxas and Chateau de Amouroy aren't the only ones. These rituals are said to bring the members of satanic cults power, fame, and riches. These kinds of lures are exactly the type that would lure those seeking power in Europe and world governments in. Such a thing could lure anyone, even if they aren't willing to do what's asked of them. Apparently, one such man exists who saw the inner workings of the cult and said no. His name was Ronald Bernard, a Dutch banker. He's gone on interviews, he was a whistleblower, and he claimed that the world's elite did participate in these satanic rituals, those that involved the abuse of children and torture. But how would he know this? Well, Ronald Bernard was one of the men they asked to attend, and he did. But he found that he couldn't stomach what these cultists were doing behind closed doors.
This is pertinent. All this made me believe.
You see, Bernard was a major player at the highest levels of finance, and turned whistleblower for the evil elite after seeing the truth of what they did. He gave information on what the world of the elite did, what he was asked to do, and who they really were, as well as how long this had been occurring for. Ronald Bernard said that he played at a high level for 5 years, but it didn't happen overnight. He had to earn his place amongst the ranks of the world's highest level power brokers. Interestingly, comments made by Regina Louf mirror this admission. She stated in her interview with Panorama that to be introduced into the ring, you had to be asked to join and slowly brought into the fold. She stated that men were started off with girls aged 16 to 17, and that as they were pulled further into the ranks, the ages got even younger as you moved up. And how did Bernard earn his place in the ring? He said that in the financial world, he saw the truth as it really was, instead of only a small portion, because he could connect the dots of information and complete the pictures himself. Because of this unique position, he learned all of the actual truth, as he called it. When asked in what regard, he said that his clients gave him glimpses into how the world worked. He stated that in hindsight, he didn't know everything, but he did know a lot because his clients were banks who didn't want blood on their hands and needed someone to cover their trail. Within those banks, he said there were always several people who knew damn well what was going on. He said that on average, 1% of a bank knew the truth regarding the happenings within the world because they were involved with the flow of money. He stated that he worked with governments, multinationals, secret services, as well as terrorist organizations. He stated that you get all the groups involved with the big money as clients. After this happens, he says you start to see the connections. In other words, everyone knows a little piece of everything, but only those at the very top know the whole story. But because Bernard was in the middle of it all, he saw and knew everything and how it related to everyone involved. He saw where the money was coming from and where it went, and continued to gain information, and through that, he gained the complete view of everything that was happening in the world. In his position, he said he had to serve and keep everyone happy, everyone in every group, including the terrorist organizations. He later on stated that the secret services of countries were thought of as a body meant to protect the people, their country, etc. But in truth, he stated that these were the criminal organizations hiding behind a mask. But what did he mean by that? He was talking about the fact that these secret services are the ones financing and creating wars, much like the CIA-funded Iran-Contra scandal back in the 1980s. He was talking about the fact that these high-level organizations were the ones creating all the misery in the world. Secret services, he said, would stop at nothing. They needed nothing, but they also had their own flows of money. He said that they were trading in drugs and weapons, as well as in people, and that all that money had to go somewhere. Everything in this world has to be financed. He said that every government in the world was engaging in this activity, everywhere, no matter how clean and high-standing the country looked. He said the entire world as we know is only an illusion that we all collectively believe in. He went with all of it for a time, but then all those horrible things began to eat at him. Bernard had seen the true horrors because of his complacency. In the interview, the host asked Bernard to tell her the worst thing he had seen, the tipping point that made him decide to speak out. In response, Bernard stated, "That was the beginning of the end. You get so deep in these circles. You sign a lifetime contract, not with blood or anything, to never disclose the names of companies, organizations, or people. I think that's why I'm still alive." To put it carefully, most of these people followed a not very mainstream religion. So you have Catholics, Protestants, all sorts of religions. These people, most of them, were Luciferians. And then you can say, religion is a fairy tale. God doesn't exist, and none of that is real. Well, for these people, it is true and reality, and they serve something immaterial, what they call Lucifer. But then at some point, I was invited, which is why I'm telling you all this, to participate in sacrifices abroad. That was the breaking point. As he begins, Bernard can barely speak. He looks and sounds as if he's beginning to start sobbing, doing his best to hold himself together. As he holds back tears, his voice breaking, he states, "Children." The interviewer is taken aback, unable to believe it. She asks if he was truly invited to do such a thing, and he confirms yes, he was asked and he couldn't do it. Bernard had been asked to participate in child sacrifice to Satan, and that was his breaking point. Horrors such as this were described by the witnesses of the True case, and by independent fact-finders. It could be that what Bernard had been swept up in was a small part of the Dutroux ring all along. But Bernard had more to share. After regaining his composure, Bernard continues. He states that this hasn't only been going on for the past few years. He says that the practice of sacrificing children goes back thousands of years, and that after studying theology in the Bible, he found references to those practices occurring within the Israelites. Indeed, there are several references in the Judeo-Christian texts which mention this, specifically in Leviticus and 2 Kings. They discuss the sacrifice of infants and young children to a deity called Moloch, like burning a child alive. Knowing these sacrifices happened made him believe in what these organizations were doing, because he realized there was more to life than meets the eye. If it was happening then, it could be happening now. Bernard said that in his studies of theology, he discovered a document that he believed made sense of what was happening in the world. But how could Bernard talk about all of this and get away with it? I would assume that he would have been... Ronald Bernard said he was allowed to leave, but it wasn't a pleasant goodbye. In his exit from the ring, he was subjected to torture to ensure that he never said anything about what he knew. He said that certain types of torture were inflicted to ensure his silence, almost as a method of mind control. Yet, Ronald Bernard revealed all this and seemingly managed to get away with it. Thus, Ronald Bernard wasn't specifically talking about the Dutroux scandal, but as a Dutch banker, he certainly had to have knowledge about it. But now, we couldn't end this without a visit ourselves to the Chateau d'Emeraude. So let's cut to August 2024, when Connor and I entered the country of Belgium to go visit the Mothers of Darkness Castle, to try to track down the source of these conspiracies and look evil straight in the eyes.
Today, we're going to look at 3 unsolved mysteries that each have lots of evidence, but no one can make sense of them. But
I was like the youngest guy in the lot by 20 years. And this guy comes forward and he says, we're going to lead you through this oath. But it's this long, involved, ultimately blood-curdling oath. What none of these men understand is that deep down inside there's this very dark, evil energy. I would go up to these guys that had been in the Scottish Rite forever. And I'd say, okay, I'm now a sublime prince of the royal secret. So what's the royal secret? And again, this is something that probably only 1 in 1,000 Masons in America understand. Is that the royal secret?
Hello and welcome back to the Almost False podcast, where I interview regular people with incredible stories. Today's guest is someone who has explored the darkest levels of spirituality, one of them being Freemasonry. He became a 33rd degree Mason, was part of high-level secret societies, and he is not afraid to share what he's not supposed to talk about. So I took this opportunity to ask him as much as I could in the limited time that we have. No matter how much you know or don't know about Freemasonry, I can almost guarantee you that you'll learn a lot from this interview, as everything that is shared here is in some way related to it. Get ready to have your mind blown by Mr. Bill Snubler as he shares a dark journey that him and his wife took and the unsettling things that they uncovered along the way.
When I got to college, and again, I wanted to be a priest. This was a minor seminary college, Loras College. At the time, it was a minor seminary. It isn't anymore. I had a priest in my theology class who had a doctorate in theology, and he was teaching a course in Christology. Because again, I was wanting to be a priest. And he took me aside, and he said, if you want to be a priest, in the Catholic Church, it's taught, sacerdotes est altus Christus, the priest is another Christ. So if you want to be like Christ, he says to me, do you want to be like Christ? And I says, well, of course. Doesn't every Christian want to be like Christ? He said, well, if you want to be like Christ, you need to do what Christ did. And again, that made sense. And again, nowadays we've kind of become suspicious about priests. But this was like 1968. And a priest was like God. I mean, whatever the priest said, that was it, And he said, well, if you want to be like Christ, you need to do what he did. And he went to the East and studied with the gurus in India He went and studied with the lamas in Tibet. He went to Egypt and studied with the magicians there. That's how he was able to raise the dead, to walk on water, and do all these miracles. So he says, what you need to do is you need to start studying the occult. And this is a priest telling me this. And so I thought, okay, now mind you, this is obviously decades before there was an internet. I mean, there was a little bookstore downtown. And I went there and I found a few scattering books on like the occult. And I found this book that was called Diary of a Witch by Sybil Leek. And she was one of the very first witches to, so to speak, come out of the broom closet. She was a British woman, and she was a medium. And anyhow, I read the book, and she was asserting in the book that witches were not evil, that this was an ancient pagan mystery religion. Among other things, she claimed that Jesus was a witch, and his 12 apostles were his coven, along with their wives, So I kind of bought into that. And I found out about this guy, Alex Sanders, who was the supposed king of the witches over in London. I sent him a letter. This is around 1968, 69. And his wife sent me back a thing, okay, here's a coven in Rockford, Illinois, which is about 90 minutes from Dubuque. I went there and I got initiated as a witch. And then later on, I hooked up with an Alexandrian coven in Boston, and I was made a witch high priest. Started covens in, first of all, in Dubuque, where I was, and then moved to Milwaukee, because there was a fellow there who had an occult bookstore. Because Milwaukee's a huge city. And he said, I've got all these people that want to become witches. Can you come and teach them?
When we're talking about...
That's a lot.
Tom Homan, Border Czar, it's a huge job. Great to see you today. First of all, how does it help to call out these sanctuary policy cities?
Because we're putting them on notice. Look, I've been dealing with this for 40 years, Harris, and it's gotten worse and worse. So promises made, promises kept. President Trump promised he'd take the sanctuary cities on, and that's exactly what we're doing. I think God, Pam Bondi stepped on this right away. We're putting them on notice. Either you help us enforce the law, and I'm not even saying be an immigration officer. I'm saying notify us. I'm our detainees when a public safety threat, illegal aliens in your jail, work with us. Give us access to the jail. Let us arrest the public safety threat and the safety and security of a jail, which is safer for everybody, safer for the community, safer for the agent, safer for the alien. Rather release them back on the street to reoffend. Then we got to send a whole team in the street to find this person. So we're putting them on notice, and we've already filed lawsuits against several sanctuary cities, and we're going to continue doing that, holding them responsible, because they are one of the main reasons we see the attacks on American citizens. Look at the cases of the young ladies that were raped and murdered by members of the TDA. Look at the cases.
I'm not laughing at this, by the way. I'm just talking to a friend.
Where many of these people were apprehended once before and released from a sanctuary city. So we can do everything we can to protect Americans.
Well, look, DHS has announced that we will see a new version of Alligator Alcatraz. It's going to pop up in Indiana. It's dubbed the Speedway Slammer and will be located 65 miles north of Indianapolis at the Miami County Correctional Facility there. Detention space will be expanded to hold about 1,000 beds to house most violent illegal criminals. And this is just before they get deported, so that's where they'll be. Alligator Alcatraz opened this summer in Florida, to remind everybody, and it can now hold 2,000 detainees and is expected to hold up to 4,000 in the future. Deportation flights of the illegals there started at the end of last month. It's hard to believe that they're going to be held here for any period of time. Why can't we just kick these people out? Like, they're here illegally and they're committing further crimes.
Well, that's our intent, right? So I appreciate the other 1,000-bed facility. I would like to see larger facilities where we hold 4,000 or 5,000 people, and that creates another efficiency. Have them one place, have an airline right there, a landing strip right there at the facility. That creates efficiencies, removes them quicker. We can move people in and out quicker. So I'd like to see the bigger facilities, but every 1,000-bed facility we bring on helps. We need 100,000 beds. That's what we asked for in the big, beautiful bill. That's what we got. 100,000 beds means we move people in and out more quickly. So I hope and pray we get to 100,000 beds as quick as possible. And I agree with you. Look, the whole process is arrest them quickly, remove them quickly. And that's why we're arresting the significant public safety threats and national security threats. And many of them have final orders already. They've had due process against great taxpayer expense. And that's why we're also looking for 1.4 million illegal aliens who already have due process and have an order removal on standby. These are also easily removable aliens. That's why we added them to the priorities.
And so somebody has to be harboring for these people. I mean, they're getting help inside the country. How do you hide 1.4 million dangerous illegal aliens that you need to go after? Look, it's been 200 days. President Trump is getting ready to mark an office tomorrow with a record low of encounters at the southern border. Talk to me, Tom, about what this means for the safety of the American public.
Well, look, I look at numbers every day. Despite what most of the media is saying, the vast majority of people ICE arrests every day are criminal aliens, public safety threats, and national security threats. I looked at the numbers just this morning. About 70% of everybody ICE is arresting is a criminal. And they're taking them off the street. Every criminal alien they take off the street makes this country safe again. And every public safety threat and national security threat, added national security threats, we've arrested thousands of national security threats. Again, making this country safe again. President Trump promised the American people that we would have the largest deportation in the history of this nation, and we're doing that. I looked at the numbers yesterday. We're at about over 300,000 repatriations since President Trump's been in office. And in the first 4 months, of course, of the fiscal year of Biden, a month, so can't count them because they didn't do anything, but we're moving at record pace. And this country's getting safer every day.
Tom Homan, thank you very much. You're right. A drop of more than 90% month over month from February to June from just last summer. Biden made things so bad for everybody. Good to see you. Thank you for the hard work that you and your men and women continue to do.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
The impact it's having is increases the likelihood of ICE attacks, and letting the bad guy know where we're at and when we're coming, it just put our office at risk. It's only a matter of time until we're ambushed. Just like what happened in El Dorado, Texas, where they stood outside the facility with semi-automatic weapons looking to ambush ICE agents. You don't see these type of apps with an FBI operation, DEA operation. It seems like politics is taking over public safety and officer safety. It's just ridiculous, and I hope DOJ comes to a decision to look at these people, and if they can charge them with crime, I hope they do. Because they put an ICE officer at great risk.
So, Bureau recently announced.
Tonight, I'll share chilling accounts of families plagued by strange and unsettling phenomena. Stories taken straight from the files of the Pentagon, no less. Witnesses describe terrifying apparitions, shadowy figures, and even wolf-like creatures standing on hind legs, staring into their homes. And what is striking is that in all of these cases, even though they happen in multiple locations, they all share a common thread. One person in each place had visited Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. Now, I know Skinwalker Ranch has been talked about in many ways, and you may be aware of it already, I'm sure you are. It's sometimes described as a paranormal Disneyland, infamous for strange lights in the sky, bizarre creatures, and all sorts of things. However, not everyone seems to talk about what happens after people leave the ranch, because it leads to a chilling phenomenon that is really important to explore. How people can go home and yet can bring with them disturbing and sometimes life-altering phenomena. Researchers call this the hitchhiker effect, where paranormal activity doesn't stay confined to one place but attaches itself to people. Might this theory explain why haunted houses and poltergeist cases seem to escalate or spread? There is a researcher called Darren Ritson who uses a different phrase for this. He calls it paranormal contagion, suggesting that in some cases supernatural events almost appear to infect victims like a contagious disease. The idea challenges everything we think we know about hauntings, suggesting that the phenomena at places like Skinwalker Ranch may not be an isolated case, but part of a much larger pattern that demands deeper exploration. The cases you'll hear blur the lines between classic hauntings and something far more mysterious. Is it a poltergeist that follows them home, a ghost, a demon, or perhaps something beyond what we have ever imagined? And before we carry on, I'd better mention that the last time I spoke about this topic for an audio podcast, a surprising number of listeners got in touch to say weird things happened in their house after listening to it. Now, I'm not going to say that that's going to happen to you, but when I share the experiences that some people have had at the end of this episode, I'd hate for you to get upset and say you should have mentioned this earlier, I wouldn't have watched it. So if you're worried about paranormal contagion being connected to just talking about these topics, then I won't be offended if you step out of this one early. But if you want to stick around and stay with me, behind Peter Laws, and tonight we go into the fog and we meet the wolves that follow you home. The hitchhiking of Skinwalker Ranch. Skinwalker Ranch spans 500 acres in northern Utah. Various paranormal activity has been cited at that place, from lights in the sky, UFOs, UAPs, Sasquatch sightings, psychic activity, cattle mutilations, and encounters with frightening wolf-like creatures. The activity has been so persistent that both private investors and the US government have invested heavily in trying to uncover the truth of that place. The Navajo and the Ute tribes once lived in the region, and according to Navajo law, a skinwalker is a witch capable of transforming into an animal or human. The term skinwalker roughly translates to "it goes on all fours." Even as early as 1906, local newspapers were documenting peculiar events in the area. From the 40s into the 60s, there were reports of UFO sightings and encounters with so-called skinwalkers, part human, part wolf. Speaking of things that stick with you, did you know that there is something that is following you right now, and it's following you everywhere? It's even scarier than the paranormal because I'm talking about that, and even your fatness, which is why I stick and might not encompass in real life. The ranch gained widespread attention, however.
Incognito. Uses code Peter Laws. There you go.
The ranch gained widespread attention, however, in the 90s, when the Sherman family moved in and began experiencing terrifying, unexplainable events. One day, Terry and Gwen Sherman saw a strange wolf-like figure near the livestock pen. It attacked a calf. It clamped its jaws on the animal. Terry fired at it with a handgun and a rifle, but the creature seemed unaffected and wandered into the bushes. Over the following months, more sightings of strange animals or creatures occurred, witnessed not only by the Shermans but also by visitors to the ranch. Roars and howls echoed through the land at night. The family also began discovering cattle mutilated in grotesque ways. So by 1996, after enduring 2 years of bizarre events, the Sherman family decided they'd had enough and they sold the ranch to a billionaire called Robert Bigelow. He bought it and asked Terry Sherman to stay on as caretaker. Bigelow wasted no time setting up the National Institute for Discovery Science, it's called NIDS for short, and they investigated the strange phenomena. NIDS
Yeah, it sounds... That'd be pretty crazy, I bet. That'd be pretty crazy work.
Documented chilling events, mysterious lights, eerie, disembodied voices, and cattle mutilations in broad daylight. Fast forward to 2016 and the ranch changed hands again and was sold to a real estate magnate called Brandon Fugel. Initially keeping his ownership secret, Fugel revealed himself in 2020 with the launch of The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, a History Channel series documenting ongoing research into the site's mysteries. Perhaps you've seen it. It's presented as reality TV, but the investigations appear to many to involve genuine scientific efforts. But while the show examines what happens on the ranch primarily, tonight, we will focus on something far more unnerving in some ways, because it could affect all of us. It's what happens after people leave. The idea that this stuff could spill out into the rest of the world. And we call it the Hitchhiker Effect. In September 2008, a secret government program was launched by the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. It was called OSAP, the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Applications Program. This mission was to investigate how UFOs and UAPs, that's unidentified aerial phenomena, might affect humans. The public knew nothing about this $22 million project until the New York Times exposed it nearly a decade later in 2017. OSAP, over the years, had assembled a team of 50 experts, scientists, engineers, analysts, and technicians, tasked with exploring the physiological and psychological effects of UFO encounters. And one of their primary research sites was Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. Not long after the program began, 5 military personnel were sent to the ranch, and remarkably, all 5 of them reported strange, unexplained phenomena during their visit. What's even more disturbing is what happened later. You see, all 5 claimed that the paranormal activity didn't stay on the ranch. It followed them home. These chilling accounts are documented in the 2021 book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon by DIA analyst James T. Lakatsky, biochemist Colin Kelleher, and investigative journalist George Knapp. And what they describe goes beyond strange lights in the sky or eerie noises. Some of the events that follow these individuals' homes are genuinely terrifying and have really weirdly prescient links to haunted house cases. So let's look together at one such frightening example. Among those 5 military personnel was a high-ranking naval intelligence officer. He was an accomplished engineer who would later attain the rank of a 2-star admiral with top-secret clearances. For the purposes of the report, he was given the pseudonym Jonathan Axelrod. In July 2009, Axelrod visited the ranch, accompanied by 2 other officials with expertise in sensor technology. During their stay, the trio encountered disturbing paranormal activity. It happened one warm summer evening as the men were hiking across the ranch. They suddenly stopped walking when all 3 noticed that the temperature around them had just plummeted by around 20 degrees. Cold spots are a common feature of haunted house cases. You could almost call them cliché. But here they were, walking into a bizarre spot of cold outside on a warm ranch. Intrigued, Axelrod motioned for the group to step backwards from this cold spot. Everyone did, and as they did, the temperature immediately returned to normal. But stepping forward again plunged them back into that same icy pocket of space. They were confused, of course, but determined to continue. And so they pressed on, and they equipped their night vision goggles. But as they walked, an intense and growing sense of unease began to overtake the men. None of them initially admitted it at first, but there was an anxiety growing in them. An anxiety that grew into actual terror. Finally, Axelrod broke the silence, asking, "Do you guys feel that?" The others confessed that they were experiencing an overpowering fear, a kind of mortal dread, unlike anything they had felt before. Now bear in mind, these were seasoned military operatives, accustomed to high-stakes missions, so they didn't scare easily, and yet here they were feeling a sense of imminent threat and dread, even though nothing visible had changed. Well, they soon would see something. Because suddenly one of the men, a man called Costigan, whispered, "Wait, look!" and he gestured towards the west. The group turned to see the faint silhouette of Homestead 2. That's a cluster of buildings about 50 yards away from them. It's well known as a particularly strong source of activity on the ranch. But Costigan wasn't pointing at the buildings as such. He was fixated on an eerie shape that was becoming visible through his night vision goggles. In the distinctive green hue of night vision, Costigan saw a strange dark oval shape ahead of them in the track. This oval, about 8 feet tall, appeared as a void where no light registered, a black hole in the otherwise illuminated scene. Interestingly, I've heard multiple witnesses of haunted house cases and buildings say that they see apparitions of figures that seem like a black void, as if all light in the areas. Listen. Well, Costigan was the only one to see the shape, but all three men continued to feel that instinctive and overwhelming fear. Costigan was convinced that the ominous oval he was looking at, whatever it was the source of this dread. And in their report, the men did say that they felt so intimidated by this anomaly that they believed approaching it any closer could result in their death. Deciding not to risk it, they hurried back to the control center trailer. The further they moved away from this weird black mass, the more their fear subsided. Well, the following day came and they decided to retrace their steps across the property, but as they did that, they encountered no unusual phenomena. They didn't find any cold spot, no dark oval, no sense of dread, and perplexed, they returned home to their families. But if they thought the strangeness was confined to the ranch, they were mistaken, particularly Jonathan Axelrod. Jonathan returned to his family home, which was 200 miles away in Virginia. Less than a month later, shocking events began to unfold in his household. Concerned, he contacted biologist and author Colin Kelleher, and he explained that the phenomena were not targeting him directly, but rather his family when he wasn't there. You see, there had been poltergeist activity in his home. Ceiling fans and televisions were turning on and off by themselves. Books were appearing inexplicably piled at the bottom of the stairs. But Jonathan recounted a particularly unsettling incident involving his wife, Ruth. One night around 2 a.m., Ruth woke to find a large, dark figure moving towards her bed. Startled, she turned on the light, only to find the figure had gone. Now, some of you will hear that and quickly dismiss that as a trick of the light, or perhaps a dream. Well, that's exactly what Ruth did too. She shrugged it off and returned back to sleep, thinking it was just all in her head. But then, 10 minutes later, she heard heavy footsteps pounding up their staircase. Now, her husband was there at the time, and was still fast asleep, and Ruth decided to venture out to the landing to investigate. You see, she assumed that one of their children was up late. But when she got out onto the stairs and landing, the place was empty. She was confused, so she went to check on the children and found them both sound asleep in their beds. Now, Ruth wasn't alarmed enough to panic, but she was undeniably unsettled by that first sight of the figure and now this almost unmistakable pounding of footsteps on the stairs. Well, over the next month, the activity escalated significantly. During this time, Jonathan Axelrod was away on overseas military missions. And one night, their 16-year-old son back home, Paul, woke to find multiple small blue orbs hovering around his room. One orb floated particularly close to him before he shouted for his mom. And when Ruth entered the room, this ball of light, this orb, whatever you want to call it, vanished. But the strange occurrences didn't stop there. Ruth began to see shadowy figures walking through the house. These figures became more and more frequent. Again, a very common sight in hauntings. She also heard loud noises coming from the kitchen at night, long after the family had gone to bed. The Axelrods couldn't help but notice that these events had all started after Jonathan had returned from that infamous Utah ranch. But their experiences just kept getting scarier. Jonathan Axelrod then told Kelleher about the most striking and terrifying event yet. It was nighttime. At the Axelrod residence, Jonathan was away on assignment again, and Ruth was heading upstairs to bed. She just switched off the kitchen lights and was about to walk up the staircase when she caught a glimpse of movement in the yard out of the corner of her eye. Nervous but curious, she moved towards the window, and what she saw there froze her to the spot. There was a figure there, standing in her backyard. But this wasn't some vague, shadowy form like she'd seen flitting around the house. Oh, this thing was sharp and clear and undeniably there. And the only way she could describe this was that it was some kind of wolf-like creature with long hair. Wasn't on all fours? It stood tall, like a human, its hind legs. In fact, it was leaning casually against a tree, watching her. Ruth said she was paralyzed with fear and confusion. The creature's gaze was unrelenting, and its demeanor not friendly. In fact, there was a malicious tone to its glare, a sort of greedy anger. The sense of imminent danger was unmistakable. It was similar to what her husbands and his colleagues had experienced back at the ranch, a feeling of dread. Yet she couldn't take her eyes off this thing, and it seemed to be doing the same, watching her back as if it was studying her. This all sounds shockingly similar to the 1970s experience of Dr. Anne Ross, a Celtic scholar who, along with her husband and daughter, witnessed a tall wolf-like creature in their English home. And this happened after obtaining a set of ancient stone artifacts which were found in a home plagued with poltergeist activity. For more on that fascinating case, see my video, The Horror of the Hex in the Hills. So Ruth just stood there, her brain scrambling to come to terms with what was looking back at her in the night. But then, without warning, the creature broke eye contact. Then it turned and walked on its two legs into the trees surrounding the backyard. It was gone. Ruth, who had shown remarkable courage up to this point, was deeply shaken. She span on her feet and hurried upstairs to bed. She lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, trying to comprehend what had happened and what might still be out there in the darkness, watching the house again, or, God forbid, right now walking towards to get inside and find her.
Why are you talking like that, bro?
Up until now, Ruth had shared all of the strange experiences of the house with her husband, but this was too much. She decided not to tell anyone. Why worry her family with something so absurd? Wolves don't stand upright and walk like humans. This has got to have been a hallucination. Yet 3 days later, Ruth received chilling confirmation that it wasn't all in her mind. 3 days had passed. It was 10:30 a.m. on a bright Saturday morning. It was hardly the time for anything supernatural, it felt. Ruth was out and Jonathan was still away on military business. Their two sons, Paul and Michael, were in the living room. Paul, who was the same son who had those strange orbs, those lights in his room, decided to stand up to stretch his legs. When he did, he noticed movement in the backyard. He looked out of the window to check what it was, and he gasped in utter shock. You see, there in broad daylight stood a 7-foot-tall, wolf-like creature. I know how insane this sounds. I'm literally just telling you what these reports say. This thing was upright on two legs, and like it did with his mother, it was staring directly at him. Michael, the brother, noticed Paul's terror-filled reaction, and he jumped up to see for himself. And both boys saw the creature clearly and later described its malevolent gaze, saying that it exuded an unmistakable sense of hostility and threat. Horrified, they watched as the creature started to move. But instead of coming towards him, it turned and moved towards the trees. This time, however, it didn't simply walk like the other night. It sprinted on its two legs as if that were a natural way of it moving. The Pentagon report notes that the boys could see its long, dark hair flowing as it raced across the yard and disappeared into the tree line. When Ruth returned some hours later, her sons were frantic, babbling to her about what they had seen. And as they described the creature, Ruth's body must have felt like it was filling with cold cement. She stood there frozen, knowing that they were describing the exact same thing she had seen 3 days earlier. A thing she tried so hard to dismiss as her imagination. She hadn't told anyone about it yet, but now her sons had witnessed the same thing, with no prompting from her. It was time to tell Jonathan. Well, when Jonathan returned from his mission, Ruth and the boys told him everything about the creature, and understandably disturbed, Jonathan helped them to examine the area where the thing had disappeared into the trees. And when they took a closer look at that place, they found some deep, fresh-looking gashes in the tree trunks. The vertical slashes were unmistakable, evidence that something physical had been there, but what? As the family struggled to come to terms with these events, Jonathan couldn't help but reflect on his experience at Skinwalker Ranch. Before that trip, their home had never been plagued by anything like this. Now, just 2 months after his return, every member of his family had encountered something inexplicable. To make matters worse, the family began suffering from health issues. Pre-existing conditions they had, like lupus, Raynaud's disease, flared up severely, and they also experienced intense flu-like symptoms following these encounters. Were they linked? The strangers didn't stop at the Axelrod household either. You see, despite the family's efforts to keep their experiences quiet, others began reporting strange phenomena too. Get this, one of Paul's friends called him in 2011, claiming to have seen something terrifying outside of his bedroom window the previous night. Paul said, "Well, what did you see?" And he said, "You're not going to believe this, but I saw a large wolf standing on its hind legs like a human would." Almost as if these experiences were just spilling out like a flood. Weeks later, another friend of his mentioned seeing strange blue lights flying around his backyard. Jonathan Axelrod, a high-ranking officer in naval intelligence, remember, and the leader of that military team that visited Skinwalker Ranch, firmly believed that these events were connected, and he concluded that when he and his colleagues saw that strange black shape on the ranch, something had attached itself to him and followed him home. He had experienced a contagion with the paranormal. But he wasn't the only one. In the book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, the authors recount a private dinner in Washington, D.C. It was a dinner that brought a group of covert investigators from the US government together to discuss the paranormal. And these individuals were actively researching UFOs and UAPs. And as the conversation turned inevitably to Skinwalker Ranch, it became clear that most of the dinner guests had already visited the ranch. However, there were two attendees that hadn't. Louise Elizondo, who has since become a prominent figure in the UAP world, and a woman called Juliet Witt. Witt was an analyst for the Pentagon and a target census specialist. She had experience from being on multiple tours in Russia and Afghanistan. Curious about the ranch, she said she'd like to see the place for herself, and so she arranged to visit it 3 weeks later, bringing along high-tech monitoring equipment. She traveled to Utah aboard Robert Bigelow's private jet. Remember, Bigelow owned the ranch at this time. When she arrived, Witt planned to walk the perimeter of the ranch, conducting measurements with her specialist sensor equipment. And she decided to do 2 circuits. One would be in the daytime and the other at night. So she had a quick meal at the ranch and then she walked across the grounds. It was daylight and she was accompanied by 2 dogs and Colm Kelleher. And as they walked, he briefed her on the many strange occurrences reported at the ranch. It must have been a fascinating, if potentially unnerving, hike for her. At one point, they came across a scattering of dead animals. Now, it was possible that these deaths were natural, but this feature was still remarkable enough to be mentioned in the report. Once that circuit was complete, she and Kelleher went back to the ranch. Then, several hours later, once the sun had set, they went back out for the second run. This time, Robert Bigelow was there, and he decided to join them for the night walk. They had the dogs with them again, too. It was around 10 or 11 p.m. when they headed towards Homestead 2. Remember, that is a collection of old buildings on the ranch where anomalies are frequently reported. Also, where Axelrod and his group had seen the strange black figure. Well, the moonlight illuminated their path as they reached a small pasture near to Homestead 2. They set up 3 folding chairs in a back-to-back formation to give them a 360-degree view of the area. And then they waited. At first, everything was quiet. The 3 watched the ranch while the dogs padded around nearby. But over time, Kelleher noticed that Witt seemed increasingly agitated. Her breathing grew quick and unsteady, an unexpected reaction from someone with her extensive military experience. It was weirdly similar to Axelrod's reaction to the place. After an hour, Kelleher and Bigelow decided to explore the perimeter, and Witt was not happy with this plan because she refused to be left alone monitoring this part. She didn't want to be alone on this ranch at all, and so she insisted on joining them. And as they walked, something extraordinary occurred. the usual sounds of the night abruptly stopped, as if the world had been suddenly muted. Again, this is a feature of other supernatural cases, like the one I discovered from the 17th century called Trapped in the Woods, which I shared in another video. And this happened here. They stood in a weird dark silence for a while, and then they saw a strange creature resembling a pig with spines along its back and some sort of bizarre tail. It shuffled past them, and they instinctively gave chase, but the creature disappeared into the darkness. Shaken, confused, they returned to headquarters, no doubt throwing out theories of what the heck they had just experienced. And they finally settled in for the night. The next morning, Colm Kelleher was given a little bit of information about Juliet Witt, which surprised him. It turned out that last night had not been an easy one for her, because she had specially requested a security officer to sleep on a couch outside of her room all night. She had insisted on leaving her bedroom door wide open and keeping the living room lights fully on. Clearly her experiences on the ranch had unsettled her. Well, with the light of day coming, the very welcome thought of home came too, and so Witt got ready to leave the ranch, but she appeared to be returning to her usual confident and enthusiastic self. She even admitted to Kelleher that before she left, she had taken some heather and sage from the ranch as mementos of her visit. But her time at the ranch wasn't over. You see, a few weeks passed when Witt began reporting unsettling activity in her Virginia townhouse. She had a roommate who woke up one night screaming. He claimed that a figure had been leaning over his bed. When Witt rushed in and turned on the lights, there was no one there. This is a very similar experience to Axelrod's wife, Ruth. Witt's household also began experiencing poltergeist-like activity, like the Axelrods did. Loud banging noises came from the kitchen and heavy footsteps on the stairs. Her roommate grew increasingly terrified as the activity continued. And then Witt experienced something even more bizarre. One day, she was in a car backing out of the driveway when a gigantic bird swooped down and attacked the car. She described it as a kind of owl, but it was much larger than any she'd ever seen, and Witt had no idea at the time that overt aggression in birds and owls has indeed been featured in some modern UFO cases, for example, in eyewitness accounts. But whatever the case, this bird's aggression was absolutely unprecedented, and it left visible scrapes and gouges on the car's metal and paintwork. Was this just a random coincidence? Maybe. But there did seem to be echoes with the Axelrod family, who found the claw marks on the tree of their home. As time went on, the poltergeist activity in her home intensified and became more distressing. For example, one evening, Witt and her roommate were sitting in the living room when 2 wine bottles flew off the rack and smashed against the wall with violent force. This incident was the final straw for the roommate. He promptly moved out, unable to endure any more supernatural disturbances. And yet, even as he left, the activity persisted. Just like Ruth Axelrod had witnessed, Witt began seeing shadowy figures in her bedroom, and she insisted that none of this had happened before her visit to Skinwalker Ranch. Astonishingly, the poltergeist-like phenomena lingered for years after her return from the ranch. Is it possible that both Witt and Axelrod had somehow picked up a kind of paranormal contagion that they had passed on to their own homes? It's a fascinating theory, but it gets even more bizarre than that. You see, the Pentagon reports even claim that the hitchhiker effect seemed to spread not just in a visit to the ranch, but even by simply talking about it. Something perhaps you might bear in mind if you want to risk still listening to this. You see, on February the 7th, 2011, James Lakatsky, the senior analyst for the Defense Intelligence Agency, attended an extraordinary meeting at the Department of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C. The purpose of the meeting was to brief 2 government officials, Jim Bell and Sasha Luva. They were talking about the paranormal phenomena associated with Skinwalker Ranch, as well as the work of the OSAP program in general. Originally planned as a 1-hour briefing, there was so much to talk about this meeting stretched into 3.5 hours. A session where Lakatsky delved into the bizarre and unsettling events that had been logged under the OSAP program. He shared details of UAPs, poltergeists, strange activities, and much more. Both Bell and Mover were fascinated and deeply unsettled by what they heard. Reportedly, they experienced sleepless nights after this. But what makes this meeting particularly eerie is what occurred on that same night, not to Lakatsky or Bell or Mover, but in 2 separate locations connected to Skinwalker Ranch. You see, that very night, 60 miles away in Virginia, strange events began unfolding in the Axelrod family home. Jonathan Axelrod's teenage sons had just gone to bed, but one of them, Paul, we mentioned earlier, struggled to sleep. The next morning, February the 8th, Ruth Axelrod found it difficult to wake Paul, who was unusually exhausted and irritable that morning. When he finally sat up, Ruth was alarmed to see strange red welts on his cheeks and similar bruises on his torso. They resembled marks left by blows from physical contact. When questioned, Paul recounted a terrifying experience which he said had kept him up all night. He had fallen asleep quickly, but he was woken in the night by a bright light filling his room. And he saw 2 blue lights or orbs drifting near him, casting light as they moved. And these lights came and touched him and caused him pain. Shortly afterwards, he saw 2 red lights, which seemed more aggressive, that dived at him. Paul was terrified and hid under the covers, but the horror didn't stop. He also saw 2 shadowy figures in his room, which he described as screaming in agony, like they were in extreme pain or being tortured. The fascinating part is that he didn't hear the screams in his ears, but in his mind. You see, this detail is noteworthy because Paul is partially deaf. When asked why he didn't call for help, Paul explained that he tried to cry out for his mom, but no sound would come out of his mouth. It sounds like some little nightmare. Despite his fear, the encounter left visible physical marks, proof that something beyond the nightmare had happened, but what? And it's worth remembering that these ideas of lights flying around might sound like something from a science fiction movie or just a UFO type idea, but there is plenty of haunted house cases and poltergeist cases where witnesses say they see weird lights moving around the house. Well, this experience left Paul feeling nauseous, feverish, and drained, forced him to stay home from school that day, and over the next 2 weeks he was interviewed by phone and in person by a physician about his ordeal. But meanwhile, on the same night as that 3-hour meeting in Washington, and the same night Paul faced those lights and figures in his bedroom, strange events were occurring back at Skinwalker Ranch, specifically at Homestead 2 again. The rancher's dogs had been acting unusually skittish for days, refusing to leave their kennels. 2 guards patrolling the property also reported a foreboding sense of impending doom. Well, that evening, one of the guards, a man called Idiohorst, approached Homestead 2, and as he entered one of the dilapidated buildings, he was overwhelmed by a deep, oppressive sense of presence. He set his flashlight on the nearby shelf and switched it off, still in the darkness, convinced he wasn't alone. And in an attempt to confront whatever it was, Idiohorst called out, "Show yourself." Within seconds, the flashlight on the shelf flicked on, blinding him momentarily before shutting off again. Gathering his courage, he repeated, "Show yourself." The flashlight responded once more, turning on and off as if in acknowledgement. Idiohorst was stunned, trying to determine whether he was communicating with something unseen. And then the oppressive atmosphere just became unbearable, and so the guard grabbed his flashlight and bolted out of that building. He made it back to the ranch headquarters, managing to calm himself, though he was left with a pounding headache and a sense of exhaustion. He shared his experience with a colleague before heading to bed, hoping sleep would relieve his discomfort. However, like Paul in Virginia, he endured a restless, nightmare-filled night, and in his dreams he found himself back at Homestead 2. When he woke the next morning, February the 8th, he felt utterly drained and physically battered, as though he had been through an ordeal. in the night, just as Paul was feeling in Virginia at the same time. The researchers were so intrigued when they learned of his experience because they compared his account with Paul's in Virginia, and it raised questions about whether, as wild as it sounded, whether these incidents could be connected to Lukatski's meeting at the Department of Homeland Security. The events of February the 7th, 2011 have made some believe that paranormal phenomena like that seen at Skinwalker Ranch is simply way weirder and far-reaching than we ever thought. Could it be that the hitchhiker effect can transcend physical boundaries, impacting individuals far from the ranch itself? You know, there just isn't enough time to delve into every person who claims to have had an experience of the hitchhiker effect at Skinwalker Ranch, but I am going to tell you just a few cases that stand out before we start wrapping things up. The man who established the NIDS program, Robert Bigelow, he reported experiencing strange anomalies in his home after visiting the ranch. In fact, Bigelow partially attributed the hitchhiker effect to his decision to sell the ranch in 2016. In a 2021 interview with George Knapp, Bigelow said this.
I was very disturbed towards the end because of something that happened to some of the government people. Everybody took things home with them. I took things to my house. Things happened to my wife and to me. Everybody took things home. We all did. But we didn't know it was going to be kind of permanent. We didn't know that this was going to stay with you for maybe years and years of the rest of your life. Who knows? And it's not that it happened on the ranch. It's when they left the ranch. I do say hitchhikers. And these are government people, and it affected them in very dramatic ways. Very dramatic ways.
Astrophysicist Dr. Travis Taylor, a core member of the current research team at the ranch, stated that Bigelow even attributed his wife's death in 2020 to the exposure at the ranch. She died of myeloid dysplastic syndrome and acute myeloid leukemia 4 years after the ranch was sold. Investigative journalist George Knapp, co-author of Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, visited the ranch multiple times, including overnight stays. Afterwards, his wife reported seeing multiple apparitions in their Las Vegas home, and they both witnessed strange blue orbs floating outside their windows.
Alright.
Can you remember Costa?
I'm fucking so over this. Jesus, man. I don't know. That was like so boring the whole fucking time.
1998 is
I'm sorry.
probably the greatest year for gaming. Yes, 2001, 4, and 7 are tough contenders amongst many others. But look at any article or forum post on the matter, and you'll see that 1998 is always either number 1 or 2, where the others diverge wildly. There is simply no other year that had as many games that were not just high quality, but were important to the medium's development as a business and an art form. Obviously, you have the likes of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, which served as the template that every subsequent action-adventure game would base themselves on. There's Xenogears, whose narrative depth has arguably only ever been surpassed by a handful of titles. There's Half-Life, Metal Gear Solid 1, Pokemon Red and Blue, StarCraft, Unreal, Gran Turismo, Star Trek Pinball. These and several other games not only hold up in many respects almost 3 decades later, but they permitted the existence of so many other games that followed after. Now, when I see this same argument being made by my fellow gamers in favor of 1998, there is one game that, sadly, is almost never cited alongside these titles for both its quality and relevance, even though it really should. And that game is the Japanese RPG Panzer Dragoon Saga. Don't just take my word for it. Almost every review for the game says it is a 9 out of 10 at worst, and a few of the reviewers even said it was on par with or superior to Final Fantasy VII. But is that true? Well, as somebody who has played Panzer Dragoon Saga, I can confidently say no, but it's close enough in greatness that I wouldn't dismiss the question outright. But what is it about Panzer Dragoon Saga that would make such a bold comparison warranted in the first place? To start, it has a wholly unique combat system that consistently keeps you engaged and excited. Its musical score has a grandiosity and majesty
That looks pretty cool. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay, cut the watermelon. I'm gonna skip through this because I got it now. Okay, you smashing up the watermelon. What are you? Okay, getting the seeds. Giddy. No. Oh, man. Boiled it. I'm just gonna pour it. And let it dry, huh? Mmm. I'm surprised bugs don't get in it. Oh, I'm really lucky. There would be like a million flies on it here. Wow, it's pretty sturdy. Oh, it's because of plastic. Coconut crumbs. Dude, I bet that's so fucking good. Oh man, those have gotta be so fucking delicious. Is there anything else? Oh, I bet that tea's insanely good. Oh, it makes me want some tea, actually. I want to try it. Maybe I will try making that. Looks pretty easy. But I feel like bugs would fuck it up. I have to know.
So things just keep getting crazier and crazier. Just last week we had a pretty strong earthquake, one that shook the entire Pacific Ocean.
Whoa.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but we were told that this is the last and final siren before it hits.
Just hours after that, a woman records a bizarre video of a mysterious creature swimming in Chile. Hundreds of them. Mermaids, or at least this is what most people on the internet think she captured. Evidence of the existence of these mythological creatures the same day the entire Pacific Ocean shook. It would make perfect sense that if they do exist, they would surface that day for obvious reasons, but I'm not sure if the video is real. We're going to be taking a look at the full video in a few minutes, but I decided to deep dive into this and find out what exactly happened after the earthquake. And apparently, it wasn't just mermaids. After it, a series of strange events began to occur.
These earthquakes look like they're in a line. This is the past 48 hours, and we see a clear linear pattern.
Okay, this is real time. I am in Flowery Branch, Georgia, and I just saw one of the orbs was being followed by a helicopter. I'm going to post a video here in a minute of this. Holy crap, y'all.
Deep diving into this, I found out it wasn't just mermaids. People were noticing several strange things all over the world. So let's begin with the basic, and that would be this video in Chile. So I found the original video. It's coming from Olivia Her, and she is in Iquique. And she's got a pretty normal account. As you can see, it was recorded 6 days ago. She says, a day in life, recorded this scene. Let's take a look at this. Look at that. Okay, so maybe they could be people swimming or sea lions, but then she pans the camera and you can see hundreds of these things swimming around. But after a while, she zooms in and it seems to be a person. There's a specific moment there that we can see this person underwater before it surfaces, and it looks as if it's swimming pretty quick over here. Look at that. This person was here, and then in a matter of instants, it's here. Let's look at this thing in slow motion. Look at that. See? Here's a person. Or, I don't know if that's a person. Look at that. What is that? And what are those things around it? Look, its tail maybe? What? This is crazy. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Something's going on here. I'm not sure what it is. And I'm not sure these are mermaids. But then there's this part. It looks like a dolphin, but then again, what are these things around it that are poking from the surface? Look at that. So maybe dolphins swimming with people or mermaids? I'm not sure. It's pretty crazy. But if this were to be true, there should be more sightings of these things that same day, right? I found this one 2 days ago. Oh my gosh, a pot of mermaids. Let's see if this is the real deal. Looking at this video, I get this feeling that this thing could be CGI or something like that. Let's take a look at the comments. So we've got sea lions, don't be fooled. That could be the case. Those are orca whales. Doesn't look like mermaids, perfect. But again, we wouldn't know how they look like, I guess. Where is this? No information where this is. They're only Jin at the sea. Who said it's mermaids? Because I see dolphins. Yes, most likely dolphins. I'm not sure about this one. The other one was pretty weird. That same week, several strange things began happening all over the world. Before we get to them, I decided to take a quick look at some mermaids and see if we can find any real evidence. So I found this video from Haley Karkick in 2024. This was an isolated area of the beach far away from the resorts and houses. Definitely about to do some research on mermaids. This is at Freeport Beach, and I'm looking at this. So this is either Lake Erie or...
So what the is laying here? That looks like this.
I mean, it looks like a pretty big fish, but still the tail is kind of weird, and she's gonna zoom in, it gets weirder. Let's take a look at this.
And there's even like little like circle lines. Texture. Can you see that?
Yeah.
This is a whole ass mermaid. Did you see the like ridges? Am I crazy?
Yes.
And then it like the way that it scooted itself down in the water. You know, I'm serious. So something was laying here. A fucking mermaid.
Wait a minute. She thinks it scooted back to the water. That would be kind of crazy.
I'm convinced.
So the United Nations got together recently.
That's crazy. I want to take a picture of my over here.
Only 2 countries have voted against it. Israel
do you see
and the
this?
United States of America.
Mermaid. You know what else is
If you're an American citizen
all of the
watching this
shells
video,
and stuff.
you do not have the right to food, according to your government.
This is not a shelly beach. These are all rocks.
So the United Nations got together recently to
Like this is not. There's no shells. They're all rocks.
Only 2
Let's
countries
see what people have to say. So this person says he thinks someone was wearing a mermaid suit. If that could be the case, it's either a really huge fish, but I've never seen a tail fin look like that. Exactly, this is a problem. I think you're right. For it to stay the same shape means it was laying there for quite some time. Yo, this is wild because legit, what else could it be? Yeah, the tail is pretty weird. So most people think in this case, yeah, it could be a mermaid. That's kind of crazy. Searching a bit more, I did find more of the Sauce 9 videos if you're not aware who he is. Quick look at this.
Just let that sink in. So the United Nations got together recently to vote on whether food is a human right. Only 2 countries have voted against it. Israel and the United States of America. If you're an American citizen watching this video, you do not have the right to food, according to your government. Just let that sink in. So the United Nations got together recently to vote on whether food is a human right.
Searching a bit more, I didn't find videos that scream 100% that mermaids exist, even though some of these videos are pretty strange. But I'm guessing that there is something hiding deep down in the ocean. Maybe mermaids, or maybe something else.
One of their officers called 911 after seeing 50 of them come off the ocean.
Advised that we made contact with that officer that there were 50 that came off the ocean.
Just a couple of days after the earthquake, several people started witnessing these UFOs once again. This time they're getting closer and closer to people.
And I just saw one of the orbs, and it just completely disappeared. It flew overhead the apartment. It was being followed by a helicopter.
No, that one was not a mimicry. This fella's a mimicry, okay?
But before we get to these videos, there's something else that started happening a little bit before that, and that was in New York City with these bizarre booming sounds just after the earthquake. This was recorded by Jen, and she uploaded this 3 days ago. Check this out.
So the United Nations continue. Yeah, I hope you feel awesome about yourself.
Maybe an airplane?
The guy named Kevin at fucking work. Now look, now you're getting the pap smear. Yeah,
I don't know. What is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Man, I have no idea. What is that sound?
Wow, that's weird.
I don't know where that is coming from. And then it just fades out.
So taking a look at her account, I didn't find any more videos of these strange sounds, but I did find this. Apparently 2 days ago, one day after this strange sound, she got this. Wait a minute, didn't I see something about New York?
There's a giant heat mass moving towards New York City right now.
What?
Calling it a hot blob, and it's 220 miles wide. It's currently underneath the Appalachian Mountains, and it's moving towards New York City.
Wait a second, 220 miles wide and it's moving towards New York City? What?
Headlines are saying, but if you read into the article, there's a little less to worry about than you may think.
Oh, thank God.
Heat mass is actually moving incredibly slow, and it's not going to be at New York City for about 10 to 15 million years.
Nothing to worry about that. Is this actually real? What? Gigantic 250-mile mystery blob is headed straight for New York City. You've gotta be kidding me. UK scientists have discovered a massive blob of rock underneath the Appalachian Mountains, have to be the Appalachian Mountains, that's slowly oozing its way toward New York City. This is pretty weird, even though it's supposed to take millions of years to get there and they don't know what it is. It's pretty weird. Let's see what else we can find. Okay, so posted by Glam Ham, I found this one, but she posted this a couple of months ago. Let's take a look at this.
Just Neil, do these earthquakes look like they're in a line? This is the past 48 hours, and we see
it's called a fault line. Yeah, that's because it's called geography.
Activities like fracking and wastewater
True though.
injection. But what's strange is that
No, true on fracking though.
the activity continues northeast into areas near Ohio and Lake Erie, where earthquakes are more rare. What could it be?
I don't know what that is, and I'm not sure if it's related to what's going on now, but there's a few coincidences here. Drones and UFOs. They're coming out of the ocean, just in front of New York and New Jersey. And then you got this massive blob going towards New York City. It took millions of years, they don't know what it is. You got the earthquakes, followed by strange humming sounds in the sky. It could be just a bunch of coincidences or not. Then you got these UFOs and orbs. They're back. And after the earthquake, they started getting closer and closer to people. So 11 days ago, Glittering Excuse 936 posted this video to Reddit. She says, or he says, strangest experience I have ever had. I was leaving to go shop with my partner. We spotted what looked like a meteor coming down from the clouds. Cleared all the houses and buildings in front of us within a second or two. Then it slowed down far down the road. Stopped my car. Managed to get a couple of seconds first video. Drove about 2 minutes up the road, and we spotted it popping in and out of the air. It's too fast to be a plane. It's crazy. Doesn't look like a drone. No sound. So look at that. It's like she saw this thing coming down. It looks like a meteor and it stops. And it disappears and she drives 2 minutes and it shows up just next to her. To me, it sounds like this thing is following her around. It wanted to get close. Wait a minute, I tracked these orbs last year and they were hovering mostly above nuclear reactors in the United States. But this one is in Liverpool. These things are flying over nuclear reactors. That's what I thought. July 28th, just a couple of days ago, US has likely moved nuclear demand to the UK for the first time since 2008. So the sighting happened about 11 days ago, and that would be around July 26th. The article is from July 28th, so I'm guessing that this could be related, but still not sure. Let's see what else we can find. Alright, so I found this video 13 days ago. Best example of mimicker I've ever captured, and on my phone. So this was in Kingsville, Maryland.
This fella's a... Yeah, okay. I'll tell you that for free.
It looks like an orb.
Even on an iPhone, it looks ridiculous. It is putzing across the sky. Here we go. This thing's coming right at me. Come on in, man.
There was one light, now there's two. Is it somehow shape-shifting? Is it what he's suggesting? Because...
There's a helicopter. Yeah. Look at you. You're ridiculous. You have the wrong blueprint, buddy. I don't know what you got. You didn't get plane. You got like in between plane and helicopter.
So there's a lot of people see these things around and they don't look like a chopper, they don't look like a plane, but they do look like something that has fixed wings, and it's kind of weird. Okay, so coming in from Red Panda Koala, and he posted this on August 2nd. This was a little bit after the earthquake and the other sightings. This was in Georgia. Let's take a look at this.
Okay, this is real time. I am in Flowery Branch, Georgia, about 30-45 minutes outside of Atlanta, and I just saw one of the orbs, and it just completely disappeared. It flew overhead in the apartment. It was being followed by a helicopter, and you can hear and make out the helicopter, but you cannot make out what this orb is. It's just a bright orb. Yeah. And it slowly disappears as it flies away.
Yeah, that's exactly what a lot of people are seeing. We just saw a video like that, so it's basically the same thing. Whatever these things are, most likely not things.
Everything on video. I'm gonna post a video here in a minute of this. Holy crap, y'all! It's real. Whatever's going on right now is completely real. Because I'm just walking my dog. It's about, Jesus, like 10:30. This is wild, y'all. Holy crap.
So searching for more of these strange sightings after and a little bit before the earthquake, I found a bunch of them. It's like it's amping me up real quick.
What the fuck? No way.
Here's what we got. We got a bunch of these drones and UFOs swarming out of the ocean, first in New Jersey and New York City last year.
That looked like a mothership.
You have a series of mysterious rumbling sounds under the earth all over the United States, Yellowstone, and many other places. A bit after that, you got this earthquake that happened. The earthquake was supposedly predicted by several people, including one post made to Reddit, who predicted that the earthquake would happen, and it did, and also after it, a series of strange sightings would occur. It could be just a huge coincidence. The new question here is, what's going on deep within the earth, in our oceans, and underneath the ground? Is it possible that maybe aliens or some sort of creature is hiding within our planet? And if so, for how long? And are they getting the heck out of here, or are they just popping up because they think we're ready to meet them? Or is this possibly like something fake alien invasion? And what about the crazy predictions and the mermaids? I mean, There's a few strange things there that don't make sense. And I feel like some of these things are a bit far-fetched, but others not so much. What is your take? Leave the comments, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel with notifications, and I'll see you guys this week. So here I am minding my own business, thinking to myself, what else could happen this year besides the orbs, the aliens?
Whoa.
Apparently there's something really...
Wow, that looks really cool.
Well, apparently there's something really was. Well, apparently there's something.
Oh, bro.
Well, apparently there's something really bizarre going on, and it started in South Carolina. This is what I'm talking about.
You can hear this. They're breaking limbs bigger around than me.
Yeah, I saw this.
What in God's name? I've never seen anything like it in my life. Look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it.
So a man in South Carolina is claiming to have seen a massive creature climbing up one of the trees in his backyard and taking it down in a matter of seconds. Of course, this led a lot of people to believe that there is some sort of massive alien-like creature roaming around. I'm not sure that this is the case, but I did check the video. It's a 3.5-minute video, and it's kind of weird. The thing is, there are hundreds of people already freaking out over this because it is being said that this is a predator, alien-like creature that is able to cloak.
Yeah.
And it's all over social media right now, and after watching the entire video, you may actually start thinking the same thing. I would not be surprised
It's pretty freaky.
if after all these sightings we start getting to see more videos like this. Now let me make this very clear, I'm very skeptical about all this. It could be a very elaborate psyop, and this is why I decided to make this video, to take a closer look at all the possibilities. So in this particular video, let's take a look at some things. The full video, why people are freaking out over this, is it really some sort of alien-like creature that can cloak? Are there other videos suggesting that these cloaking creatures exist? Let's also take a look at the newest sightings of these orbs and drones in New York and many other places. Let's also take a look at the newest sightings of these orbs and drones in New York and many other places.
What the is this, bro? What the is this?
These videos suggest these things are way more technologically advanced than we previously thought. The thing is this just a coincidence? Or do these alien-like creatures that are supposedly being spotted have something to do with the current sightings? In a few minutes we'll deep dive into that, but first let's begin with the basic, and that would be this man's video in South Carolina.
Men's video.
I hope you can hear this. It sounds like the gorillas fighting in the tree. They're breaking limbs bigger around than me.
Oh boy. What was that?
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Why did you...
This is the second time I've come over here. And the first time when I got up under them trying to figure out what it was, they started breaking limbs off and throwing them at me. And I still cannot figure out what it is.
So this is the second time.
Look, they're ruining this freaking place. What in God's name is it? It's bigger than me, whatever it is. Because it's breaking limbs off that it would take me 2 minutes to saw.
What's the noise?
Look, see, he's coming right above me right here. He's fixing to throw something at me, whatever it is. Yeah, they don't like you messing with it.
Look at that.
What in God's name is going on? Look, that's bigger than me. Look at that, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
What in Jesus' name is doing this? Oh my God, he just took half the tree down.
Wait a second, I saw something.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
It's gotta be I don't even think a bear would have a chance in Hades, and they doing this. It's something stronger than a bear.
Yeah.
And he is pissed. Yeah, that's a healthy tree. About 10, maybe even 12 inches in diameter that he just broke because he's pissed because I'm getting close to him.
Not sure it's pissed because of that, but whatever it is, it's pissed.
I'm going to bounce because I think he just hit the ground, which means he's about to face me on foot. And I don't really want to wrestle with somebody that can tear trees down. Just because they're mad.
Makes sense.
God, look at the tree he just freaking broke in half.
There's a certain moment there, I'm pretty sure I saw something in the tree. And it's not just me. Someone on Reddit posted this picture over here. He says, 30 seconds in the video, you can see something like this. So let's take a look at that again. 30 seconds. Let's check this out. Yeah, over there. You can see it. What? Can't see exactly what it is. It seems like I can see something moving the tree branches. Look at that. Over there. 1, 2. Look at that. It's really weird. Look. It does look like it's throwing branches down. Look at that. And then there's this other moment that when he lights up this tree, look at that. Now, over here. What is going on here?
Something, oh my God.
Look at that. Whatever this thing is, it seems to be shaking one of the trees. So this is definitely not a dead tree falling down, taking other branches together with it. Because this is the main theory. Like this guy says on Reddit. It's on another subreddit, it was debunked as a dead tree falling, breaking
Stupid ass, bro. You gotta be fucking stupid to believe that. I am sorry. How can you even fucking say that, bro? There's no fucking way.
The live once as it came down. And this guy says, it's just that in this case, it would be the most dramatic and climatic tree falling down.
That's
it was pausing and moving in many different parts.
Dude.
Exactly. It's not that tree falling down.
No.
And there's also this guy on YouTube that posted this comment.
No fucking
I work
way.
with trees in a tree cutting service. Those are not snapping without a pressured force or mechanical force. Whatever snapped those trees in the middle of the night is a beast. I have to agree with this guy. Whatever it is, it's moving from one branch to the other. and it's taking pauses. So I did some research and tried to find the original video so we can pinpoint what's going on here. Is this just in South Carolina? Is this something that's going to start happening all over? So this was posted by Sunwell TikTok account 1 day ago, 5 million views. So let's take a look at what the comment says. A lot of people saying you need to watch Missing 411, the UFO connection, one of those stories. A woman that's a hunter who saw an invisible alien creature. She describes it looking like a clear saran wrap with a form moving in the trees. Your video pretty much like what she saw. Seems like a lot of people agree with this guy. Now there are more videos of such things going on. It's not just one video. Other people think it's a bobcat, and others saying so. Everybody forgot about the lab chimpanzees that got loose in South Carolina.
Fucking bobcat, bro. You stupid. Lab chimpanzees.
Have to take a look at that.
No, bro.
This is weird. Lab monkeys. Are you kidding me? This is starting to look like a movie. One says bottom right, 254. You can see a set of eyes glowing. Let's check that out. 254. Okay, I can see it. Look at that.
Ooh.
Over here.
Yeah, that was.
Another guy says pause at 108. You can see it climbing.
It is.
Okay.
Not figure out what it is.
Over here. Oh my gosh, I saw it.
And I still cannot figure out what it is.
Over here. Oh my gosh.
What the fuck is it? No.
Whatever it is, it's huge. Look at that. Yeah. It's like, I can't see exactly what it is. This is why I
Not figure out what it is.
Over here. Hi.
On that day. And I still cannot figure out what
Over here. Oh my gosh. Over here. Oh my gosh. Whatever it is, it's huge. Look at that. Yeah. It's like, I can't see. It's like something weird. It's like, I can't see. Look at that. Huge. Look at that. Huge. Look at that. Yeah. It's like, I can't see exactly what it is. This is why a lot of people are saying this is like some sort of predator, cloaked, alien-like creature. Now, here's something really important about it. It was posted to Reddit 2 days ago, to TikTok 1 day ago, to a YouTube account 20 hours ago, but then I found the original video. It's posted by Jeff X 1414 in May 2022, and is indeed coming in from South Carolina. He says, this happened to me when I was headed to fish at an apartment lake around 11 p.m. Approximately 30 seconds after I quit videoing, the entire tree bobbed so long and then fell. Okay, so now we know a few more things here. 1. This is not a recent event. It has probably nothing to do with the UFOs that are happening or showing up all over the world. 2. It is very similar to many other videos that portray these predator cloaked alien-like creatures. Not saying that this is the case or that it makes any sense, but I'm going to be taking a look at some of these videos together with you guys in just a few moments. And 3. The escaped monkeys. There were 43 monkeys that escaped from Alpha Genesis research facility for what a year. So let's just clear things up. The video was recorded in 2022 and it has nothing to do with the UFO situation that's happening right now, even though it is being massively shared all over social media as if it happened 2 days ago. To me, it's kind of fishy. It seems as if somebody's trying to create a narrative.
they started breaking limbs off and throwing them at me. And I
No, that's not what's happening. This original video is legit. There's no way you can even fake this, dude. Like, there's just some, that's just some rats taking credit for the video, or probably just taking the video and not giving the guy credit. That's why it's not whatever you just said.
Now here's another situation. It is being shared as if this is some sort of predator-like creature that can cloak.
Look. What in God's name?
In the
It's got to be a Bigfoot. If I had to guess something, it'd be a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. 'Cause they have strength like that, and they have what seems like cloaking or some type of something.
The video to me, it becomes quite clear that whatever this thing is a massive creature.
Like, they've been reported to do stuff like that, like teleport and like disappear and shit.
And I don't see any creature at all. I see the trees moving and shaking. I'm pretty sure this is possibly something else other than that tree just falling down.
No.
Oh my God, he just got off the tree.
So it is quite strange. It is very strange. It could be a cloaked alien predator creature, and this has been talked about before. It's even a subreddit. It's called the Glimmer Man. And if you look at it and any other websites, you'll find countless experiences and reports of people who have encountered such a creature. Now, this is quite strange. Let's take a look at some videos that actually help us understand what this Glimmer Man is. So let's start with a couple of videos posted by Steve DJ on YouTube in 2008. This is supposedly found footage from 1997 in Emerson County, Georgia. Take a look at this.
Seven strange sightings were reported by local townspeople in Emerson County. Then, in 1997, sightings of strange shadowy beings were captured on video. Less than 2 miles where the original sightings took place, a video camera was found by a local game hunter. No one has come forward to claim this footage.
Looks like an infrared camera or something like that.
Do you see that? Over there, look, over there. You see that?
What the hell?
Hey, wait. Because that was it again, right there. Wait.
I don't like this.
You see that? Right there. Look.
Oh my God. That's not an animal. I don't like it.
Okay, fuck. Go.
That kind of seems a little fake.
Okay, so to me this looks like it could be the real deal, but at the same time it kind of feels fake.
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems that Georgia has a few stories of haunted places and stuff like that. Now, there's this other video from Scott Carpenter. This is supposedly from Bob Carrot. This is wild footage. I see it. That's wild. Look at that. Something invisible with some sort of cloak, like Harry Potter cloak, just running around. There's also this very compelling video coming from Barbara Shoup. She says, "We had one outstanding event during our camp out. These witnesses had 2 sightings. We found multiple footprints the next day." Let's take a close look at this.
Okay, so Larry, you remember we showed you this tree when you were here that had been snapped off there and was hung up over there? So I guess it was maybe 6 months or so ago. We got a new break in the middle of it. Turned really fast right in the middle to break it there to not break these smaller pieces that are supporting it at either
Yeah,
end.
that had to been, you know,
Yeah,
like a thrust and not a hang. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Could have been-
Something hard and fast.
Whoa, what's that?
What the heck was that? Did you see that?
been, you know,
Yeah,
like a thrust and not a hang. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Could have been-
Something hard and fast.
Oh my.
What the heck was that? Did you see that?
You know,
Yeah,
like a thrust and not a hang. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Could have been-
Something hard and fast. What the heck was that? Did you see that?
You know.
My gosh, what in the world is that? Look at that. It clearly looks as if it's something cloaked in the woods and it doesn't want to be seen. Now there are other videos such as this one that was captured by Offhand Disney YouTube channel, and in it you can see what looks like a translucent human being walking towards this gate. You can clearly see that. To me, it doesn't look like a ghost.
To be fair, if I was a ghost, if I died and I was a ghost, I would 100% go to Disneyland. 100%. Like often. Be like, y'all motherfuckers can't charge me now. And go for free.
And the person seems to be changing from one CCTV camera to another. You can still see this translucent human being walking on different cameras all over the park. There's also this other video captured on CCTV camera. Not sure if this is real. Check this out.
I like ghosts that like just kind of photobomb and like you just see them, but they're not like trying to scare you or anything. That would be me. I'd just be chilling. What the fuck? That's you could put that like you could play the like the like Dumb and Dumber, not Dumb and Dumber, like the Three Stooges like slapstick sounds. What just happened?
What is going on? That was really weird. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sure, man. Oh my gosh.
There's also this video coming in from Jesse Walter. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Smells like cement.
Oh my god. Fuck. You better fucking at least clip it, bro. At least I get something out of it. Make the best out of it. Shit. It's so loud for some reason. What's up, man?
What's up?
They're on right now?
Yeah, I linked Sirion's Discord and off topic. And you can hear Nos talking, so we don't even have to join their Discord.
Yeah, I'd rather not. That's good for me.
Anybody got any alts in the chat? That's pretty cool. The way that is. So we are waiting.
this with me until they start.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Make sure that I always have these cross weapons, all the stuff that I see like 20
This guy's videos are even more hit or miss. So yeah. But when they hit, they hit. You gotta kind of sort through it, you know what I mean? Sort through the bullshit.
Yeah, I get that. Hit or miss.
I'll stream on. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying hit or miss.
Oh. I'm gonna stream on Discord because it's a lot easier and I can like sift through the footage. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Oh, it's not
also,
fucking my computer this time for some reason.
I was gonna say if it does, you can also pull it up on that sync website.
Yeah, I'll do that if it starts fucking me up. It's fine now for some reason.
Who else do we have here? El Blanco's here.
El Blanco.
Okay, well, we're still waiting.
It's a funny
so,
name.
So just in case we're ready.
Okay.
So immediately start. Is that Foggy?
I'll only follow him.
Tonight. We're backing up.
Yeah, I followed him too.
Hopefully you don't hear my voice the entire way.
Oh, Nos isn't raid leading, but he's gonna be in the raid, so it'll be interesting. Foggy and who else did he say was raid leading? Foggy and
We're waiting for our second tank. I want to play the other. Oh yeah, we're moving down the ridge now. Everyone start moving down.
fucking music Sarion's playing.
Yeah, Empa's in here, but he's just MIA. I don't know if he was fishing for us. He was fishing, and him and Olive were fishing. We have a great ID. We have a 5 Mind Slayer ID. Empa had a 6. He said he was going fishing for a 4.
Well,
he disappeared.
Ever since Olive won up to me, he's been MIA. I'm pretty sure he's out like.
Dude, it's all fucking Olive's fault.
Yeah.
It's
He's
just
like,
like
oh, I got a
Lucy.
6. She's like, I got a 5. He's like, alright, well, I'm gonna go fuck myself then. Don't act like you like sorry, you're not. Fuck him. Like, get good, bitch. That's right.
We should have fished a 4. How was the pack suit? Was there like one 4 pack or anything like that? Like what were the Mind Slayers like?
I think
He's shaman too. That's fucking perfect. Is he?
Yeah, bro. He's the guy that always helps us. He's the one that's always offering help and super real chill dude.
I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna have to do the totems and then
give him a 28
chain heal.
They're probably gonna make you get that weak aura.
Okay.
I think I can link it to you.
What weak aura?
It's a weak aura for totems to tell you like your uptime for Wind Fury.
Okay.
Just to make it easier.
The only thing that I have trouble with is they go really fast and like so I'm trying to like drink and then get there and then place my totems down in time.
Yeah, bro, they do go really fast, and that's why Nos is always like, "Alright, let the casters drink, let the casters drink."
Yeah, he is. I'm like so thankful every time they do that. I'm like, oh, thank fucking God.
Yeah.
But it's just how it is. I would rather be in a fast group like that, anyways.
It's
Fucking-
good having a raid leader that pretty much plays both melee and casters because he knows
Right.
what to fucking do.
There's Nas. There he is. Okay. We're rolling with 30.
Yeah, warriors get excited.
How's the front of the gate?
Start fucking pulling.
Yeah, man.
All these.
Every countdown Nos gives, there's always like a few warriors that go early. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, we're gonna go on 1, and everyone is running on like 5.
Yeah. And especially if I can't get down for drinking out of combat. I'm like, God damn it.
Don't get killed on the way.
Oh my god. Watch this video.
Okay.
Oh, it's loading up. I'm loading it up in off topic, but it was in the guild channel. I watched it and I was like, oh my god, I have to fucking show Darcy. Got it downloaded and fucking show it to you. But it's loading, so I'll let you know when it's done.
Oh, okay. You want to watch this? The dog.
I got a summon.
That's fine. Help! Help me! Come on.
Oh, Sirion's and Foggy are really the dog.
Wait, what? Oh my god.
I think
dude.
I think the guy streaming is also raid leader.
Yeah, I think I heard that. My god, he's got fucking. Oh. I just realized.
And the AQ set.
Oh, dude. So he's enhanced off spec.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, I want to see him PvP.
Foggy and Sirion are raid leading, and Akran back up, and
That's the thing I love about this guild, that it's a big PvP guild. It's not just PvE.
show some respect to them. For sure. Let them do their thing.
Alright, I got like 32 people on the assignment sheet. I really hope everybody knows what they are doing. I will be calling things out anyways, but please be aware of your assignments. There's a section for the post-EPS tank assignments. Make sure you see where that is.
Yeah, someone else wants to be back up on champions, right?
I think it takes a good choice for that.
Oh, I'm losing out so much damage. Why do you have me on the sheet as
Just,
speed rapist?
As what?
Speed rapist.
You know why.
Alright, did we get command here on Penis? Is he there? How are we looking?
Penis is
We're 9 minutes late. Okay, so we can log in, right? We're logging in then.
Log in.
That's an old
Go
thing.
ahead now.
Hostile rapist.
I
Can we
should.
get tanks marked? There's no tanks marked in frames yet either.
I published all my VODs.
Are we slacking? I saw all them episodes. Get tanks marked, get everything done.
I don't think.
Akron has lead now? Congrats.
You accidentally promoted me to leader. I'll give it back to you.
Um,
You're on, right?
I can assist too.
No, I'm not.
There you go.
I'm not doing.
Am I on a
lead.
different layer? I don't think I'm playing.
Who's
Hot
lead?
potato now? What the
Okay.
fuck? Now.
Nah, so he's supposed to be doing lead.
Can we chill? Give Moranth lead. Give assist to everybody and give Moranth lead so we can set loot right now. Get tanks
Yeah.
marked up.
I just.
Tanks are marked. Give Moranth lead.
What layer
set
you guys
loot
on? on?
right now. We're on layer 2. Okay, we're ready?
Layer 1. Fuck.
Right up, dude. Alright. Can I have assist, please? Moranth, quick. On my road.
Dude, the raptor looks fucking massive.
Yeah, I'm legit. I have shit popped.
Yeah.
Going in 10, we go as a group. Let's go. Ronnie, how
Really
does it look
does.
in the gate look? You guys stop talking for 2 seconds so we can go. Ronnie, how does it look in front? Good. Alright. Don't even fucking random comments. This game gets started. We're already 10 minutes late. We have a tour to do, man.
Jeez. Ugh.
I can't. We don't have room? Give it to
Yeah,
me.
man, we gotta make sure we're on time with everything.
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Just going. You're zoning in. You're fucking buffing. You're consuming immediately. Mages were handing out water, so I'm assuming everyone's got their water and shit, so you're not bugging one of the 5 mages as soon as we get in there.
Big CP USA ran off to the side, got dazed by a scorpion, 1 hit, nice.
Keep going.
Who else has a few bag spaces for the blues and red rock?
Someone's gonna get stabbed, who just got fucking distracted.
There's 2
Okay, you just take it all?
Here.
PB make it cut.
Moran, don't close. Yep. Oh my god, can you stop closing trade?
I didn't
Can you
close
take this? Take that. Go.
Wow, that's a lot of consumes. He just popped.
Yeah.
Do I need all those?
Most likely.
Get in there and legit be pulling within 3 minutes at most.
We'll check the assignment sheet. We'll look at that after we're finished. 'Cause that's gonna take like a lot of
Smash. Yesterday we
attention.
did 53 minutes, I think, in here with 39 people. I think with the same count, we can probably do generally around the same time.
That's me.
This is
You
the
should
last
wait
week
for Big
where we
Baby
are.
USA.
How
Make
far
it
back
long
is it?
by himself.
He has a scarab lord.
With PP. Waiting on PP.
That guy?
This is the last week we're going to be booed for
I don't
scares,
think
make
so.
sure you
Oh, I
guys are on your
misread
shit,
that
because
PvP
next
bot.
week
Oh,
we're
he's just got that
from
mount you were
full
talking
force
about.
sending the whole raid Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
That you can only use in the.
Oh yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So you know.
Anybody have an extra arcade mod on them for me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have. So we have Big PP and Tony Snake in the back.
So we have big PP.
The people that are in the back here, like Alessandro, it's not part of our group.
I don't get
Big
how to
Baby's
do
in the
this
back,
thing,
hold up, 'cause I
bro.
don't want them to die, and then we're waiting on these guys to get in.
Can you explain this to me? I have the Gleam thing. I'm connected with the Discord. I'm signed into my EA account. I don't fucking understand what to do.
You gotta make sure your EA account is also connected to your Discord, and then go to
How
that
do I-
link. Go to the original link, the other tab. Yeah, that one, and then scroll down. This world is ending. Okay, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, did you join?
The Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then make sure your EA account is linked to your Discord.
I'm logged in right
Good.
here.
Alright, go to view profile.
Fuck.
Just sign in.
Pray for me. Yes. Let me write this down, actually.
And then go to connected accounts.
Just a sec. Okay, finally saved my EA login.
Nice.
Gotta fucking do it now before I forget again. Okay.
Connected accounts. And then Discord. Just do all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you guys want to run like Sartura
I think you send it. I think yes. That's the point.
So when we run into Sartura, just literally pop all your ads. I don't think so.
Alright, now go back to the other tab. And then refresh it.
Oh, it asked me. There's a code at some point. It was asking me for a code. I don't know where the fuck that went.
Yeah, that's on the EA. So go back to the other tab. And then click that link. Yeah.
Yeah.
And redeem. But the other link is the one that gives you the code. I mean, the other tab. It should have a continue. Click that check mark. Click the little check mark right there.
Yeah, I
It says
did.
Done. See your coupon above.
I'm clicking.
Is there a code right there? Can you like highlight it? It looks like there was something.
I don't know. It's weird.
Oh.
There it is. That's so weird, bro.
What the fuck?
Huh?
You getting hit by thunderclap? Maybe our start heading down the stairs.
Huh?
That's weird.
What the?
What
Try
the hell?
this. Let me try this.
There you go.
Yeah, there it goes.
There it is.
Jesus.
So fucking weird.
I had to put it. I put it in Notepad. Like I just like okay. Anyways, yeah.
Alright,
it
now
wasn't
you're done.
just me being retarded. At least.
That's for early access, by the way.
Yeah,
So
that's
this weekend's open beta, but tomorrow we can play it by doing this.
Okay, that's a little excessive, but okay.
Yeah.
Like, damn, bro. Like, fucking open for 2 days. Jesus.
Alright, they're
Alright.
pulling. They're right before the boss, the first boss. So all up until this is just kind of clearing trash.
Left. Bloodbane left for kicks. Jixie and Grizzly center. And Ronnie and your opponent right for kicks. Uni left for steps center. And Olive right for counters. I don't want to see arcane explosions going out. I want to see the clone dying instantly before they can multiply. Make sure you have the weak order. You don't have the weak
So this boss clones, and there's a weak aura that says if you're targeting the real one or the fake one.
Okay.
I'll probably link that on the day.
Yeah. You just said something about having the weak aura.
Yeah, this is a different one.
Also get this
But yeah,
one.
he's getting it right now.
Just give me 1 sec.
And then every now and then it will mind control someone, and you don't want to kill them. So you don't have to worry about that since you're just healing.
Boss looks fucking awesome.
Yeah, this boss is pretty cool. We don't unboon until the second boss, so no one's gonna unboon on this guy. And then they'll tell you which side you go on, whether left or right. There'll be assignments for that. Let's see, they clone. And then right in the middle of the screen, you can see when he's targeting, it says real or fake.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm just healing though, right? So
Yeah, you don't gotta worry about that.
Yeah.
You just gotta worry about where you have to stand. Right now they're on the right side, but they I think they have healers on both sides, so you just gotta make sure. You know.
Okay.
But you'll stand pretty much in that position where he's in right now. And then every boss in this raid, you want to loot. You want to make sure you loot every single boss because it drops an insignia for you.
Okay.
So like most raids, you don't loot. You just like let the master loot deal with it. But this raid, you loot every boss. You don't want to forget looting any.
I always forget.
There's one boss that's like basically 2 bosses. You want to make sure you loot both of those 2.
Yeah, I'm really bad about that.
So
Honestly.
it's the Twin Emperors. I'll tell you when they get to it. But yeah, you want to loot every single boss in this raid.
Is this another boss?
No, this is just trash.
Okay, I'm gonna watch this dog.
It's like he's saying it.
Oh, remember that video we saw yesterday with the tree getting torn up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he covers that one in this one, and yeah, it's pretty freaky.
Oh, wait. Before you watch that video I put in Discord and off topic. It's just not too long. This is Nos and them. Some of these people are unbooned.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, dude. 70 people dead.
70 people.
Nice.
Awesome.
Fuck yeah.
And then, sorry, one more thing. And on Sirion's stream, actually, I don't know if he matched the streamers. The healers. But these guys do knockbacks, so you don't want to be close to them. You want to be this.
Wait, what?
All the melee in this little fight right here, they do knockbacks. So if you're a melee, you want to be up against the wall, like you're back to the wall, like they are right now. And if you're a healer, you want to be like far, like where Sirion is.
Okay.
Oh, there's warriors with him as well.
But yeah.
I'm gonna try to get the warriors out. Alright, our moon's not gonna have a tank.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the video.
What? No, you're good. What do you mean? No, you're good.
No, the dog video.
Oh. Yeah, let's figure this out.
If there's something there.
The dog's face. Wait, there was like this split second where. Hold up. It reminds me of like that white dude who's staring. You know what I'm talking about?
The one that like blinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The popular GIF.
I love that video that he's blinking into, because it's like some fat chick is like talking about how she can't diet. She's like, I've tried dieting and it just doesn't work, and some people just can't lose their weight, and he does that.
Oh my god, yeah. You crazy bitch.
Yeah. It's called hardcore.
Like he's saying.
There.
And
the dog. Okay.
Fucking dog.
Oh my god, it's a cloud.
That's pretty sick. Oh, what the hell? Is that a mountain?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Looks like a starship.
Either that or just a cloud. Weird cloud.
This is probably a ghost or paranormal related. And one of the things that differentiates the Glimmerman from ghosts and paranormal phenomena is the fact that in most cases where you have this Glimmerman, you can see that it directly interferes in our world, in the physical.
Oh, he's still looking up things for this Glimmerman. It's so he's still like looking for this something like this case. The one that I was talking about.
The tree one?
Yeah. It all started with this, and then he started looking at. So that's. I just remembered.
What amazes me is that there are countless experiences from people who have supposedly encountered this Glimmerman. News articles, reports on Twitter, Reddit, and the list goes on.
Okay, watch this, y'all. This man, he called his boss, asking him why did y'all tell me that.
Sounds.
He constantly looking back, right? Having a whole conversation with somebody.
Wait.
And then first looking back, asking to touch y'all. He called his boss, asking him why.
This sounds like a fucking bus is stopping,
He
bro.
constantly looking back, right? Having a whole conversation with somebody, right? And that person off and everything. Now see, look, y'all see when he dapped him off. Look what happened. He dapped him off. You see that shadow? And then the shadow goes over here. And he pulling the chair out for him. He swore to God he sat there and had a whole conversation.
Now the question that we have to be asking ourselves is this. Why is a video that was recorded in 2022 going viral right now? In many social medias, it's not just one. Someone is making sure that this is posted to many social medias. Someone is making this go big.
Oh, here's second boss. They're unbooting right now.
Trying to relate this with the.
They just unbooned. So this is the boss we unboon on. Second boss.
You mad tonight, bro?
He already said he was. Okay, good, let's focus him. Boss her out.
Yeah. Riveting gameplay. It's like Mage Frostbolts. Nah, it does.
It's crazy. So you don't want to stand in that poison cloud that drops, but you're fine. I mean, you're gonna be like in one spot anyway, so you don't gotta worry about it. But just as a heads up, if it does get pulled towards the healers, you don't want to be in that cloud.
Yeah.
And then just make sure to listen when they call stuff like that, like stacking in. You want to make sure they're all grouped up.
I have this one. Oh, this is 10 count. Somebody.
Okay, pick up your insignia. Mount up. Nice.
Good so far.
Those insignias are for the AQ gear set, the tier 2.5.
Okay.
So that's why every boss you want to loot it.
Yeah. I hope I don't forget.
I'll try to remind you.
Yeah.
Or events.
Thanks.
I'll try and send you a whisper. But yeah, you want to make sure you get everyone in.
I wish we could have our own chat as well as being in the Discord.
Yeah.
They could ask you. We could talk. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. There's been times where I've wanted that.
Alright, we're good. We're good. Guys, don't hit them until they're in the...
Can get our team speak going.
Treasure made one a long time ago. I don't know if it's still.
Nice.
Yeah, it was dope. I mean, it's lightweight compared to Discord. It doesn't fuck your computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually great.
On the next boss, we have Ronnie on Square.
Did you know that they have like a based social media account?
No.
Dude, yeah, on X. TeamSpeak.
Oh, it's just like, oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, they're fucking hilarious, bro. They have like a whole following and shit. It's great, actually. It's like Wendy's.
Some sort of disclosure, or is it to make people fear this thing that's going on? Because after all, if we are afraid, we are easier to control. It could be by observing a large blip vibe and
I hate this analysis shit they do sometimes, man. I just want to see the videos.
It takes forever. I feel like it's mostly filler.
Yeah.
Get to that 15-minute mark.
So apparently this object teleports, and someone was kind enough to repost this on Reddit, stabilizing the video, zooming in, and slow-mo. Check this out.
It just vanished. I just watched it vanish from the telescope.
Yeah, that's what happened to me too.
Alright, I
Are you
agree.
videoing?
Yeah. There's also videos like this coming from Appropriate Bus 6104 in South England.
What is this?
Who the fuck is this?
What is it? Hello! Whoa! I said hello and it's that. Hello!
Oh shit.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Whoa!
Hello.
Yeah. That's straight out of a movie. It just fucking points at him.
I said hello.
Oh wait. Watch his stream. This is another important part. Sorry.
Are you good?
This isn't a boss, but this is the hallway where you constantly have to pick up your totems and keep moving.
I'm just. Oh fuck.
Actually, I don't know if they drop totems, but
Yeah, I was
they
about-
do. Yeah, they do. I'm watching.
He is.
Yeah, he is. You see, they're like right behind him. He's dropping Wind Fury and Strength.
Okay.
As they go. Stop. I just keep picking him up, dropping them as they get out of range. And these bugs spawn back pretty quickly, so you want to make sure you like pick up your totems pretty quickly.
Okay. That's a boss.
This is a boss, yeah. Oh yeah, see, they spawn back so quick. You just want to make sure your totems are pulled up
Yeah.
really fast. Someone didn't pick up their totems fast enough, and it pulled all that. Easy to kill though. Like, see, those ones just spawned back. There you go.
Cool. Yeah, no, just let me know whenever they. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, I do. That tree looks crazy.
Yeah.
On the right hand side. That's weird.
It's making zero noise. It has zero noise associated with it. It is dead silent.
I mean, it could be a helicopter, but
No.
it's moving really weird.
No, there's no fucking way.
Apparently, whatever these things are, they're also now over New York City. This
It could be a
is
drone.
Pinola on Reddit.
What the f? And we are back. Drone in the air.
Yeah, I could see that being a drone.
Orbs in the distance.
What the hell?
What the hell?
The
Oh, those could be drones, like those light show drones.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah.
7, 8, 9.
Actually, I think you're right. The
Looks like
the
they're
way they're moving could be a
coming
drone.
from whatever the f that is.
If it's anything explainable,
I don't know, dude.
drone would
New
be the
York
number
City,
one thing.
The Bronx. I never thought I'd see it, but I'm fucking seeing it right here, right off my balcony. Bronx, New York.
Well, that's a drone right there. That's like the closest thing by. I guess they're trying to check them out. That thing.
Yeah.
Oh, they're on the next boss. You just don't want to stand in the goop.
The goop scoop.
Yeah, and then you don't want to heal at this phase for a little bit.
Right here?
Only when it dies. I think you want to stop healing when it dies, and then you can heal again after.
When what dies? The big one?
Yeah. Yeah, the clouds, you don't want to stand in those clouds.
Yes, let's fucking go, dude.
What drone?
Wait, let me check. Oh, it's number 1 on this list. It is number 1. Look at this area. You're gonna be pulling the scorpions 2 at a time to get down there.
Now, most of these videos were recorded this week. Whatever these objects are, they are apparently more technologically advanced than we previously thought. But still, I'm not too sure that this is something from out of this world. It could be that we're looking at something that was always here, hiding within our planet.
Wait. They're like stoned as fuck. Really, bitch?
So this video.
Aw, dude, you had one job.
23 in Palo Verde, California. It was also recently posted to Reddit by Sion Muchacho, and he compares this object that we just seen hover above a car to a hammer-shaped object.
Oh shit!
With a blur of 4 channels of lower sound. This was
Bro, are you launching No Man's Sky?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I am. What the fuck? I can't tab out.
No man tab.
No can tab.
Is this a PSYOP or is this a forced disclosure? If it is a forced disclosure law, is it to push some sort of new technology that could be life-changing?
You know, when we talk about zero-point energy, what that means is that when everything comes down to rest, there's still energy left. It's like sea level. Probably Tesla was as close to it when he said that if given the right energy system, the right electromagnetic spectrum, I can power a human base on Mars or, you know,
You're making me want to reinstall it.
zero point energy, trying to tap zero point energy for years. Every once in a while,
about to do the next boss.
It's Cold Fusion, but I don't think it's Cold Fusion. I just think
Perfect.
it's
I can see. I can see.
I can see, I can sing, I can dance. This is the boss I saved that raid on.
Oh, yeah, okay.
My legendary classic moment. Nothing's beaten that moment for me.
That was the peak.
Fucking nothing. Yeah, it was honestly like I saved the whole fucking raid from having to start all over. I have to go back.
You have to start everything over again?
No, not like that. I meant just like running through the whole raid and restarting the boss.
Yeah.
They would have to restart the whole boss, and it was like 1% health.
Yeah.
Yeah, even when I showed my guild that clip, they were like, "Holy fucking shit, amazing!" Nos was like, "I've never seen anyone do that."
You've got to believe.
Yeah. I would get like a Napoleon Bonaparte painting, but of that moment, like Paladin just striking down that boss. They fucking nuked this boss. They didn't nuke this right. That's crazy.
Shit, I didn't even see it. What did I miss? Anything important?
No, they just killed the boss really quickly, and you just want to make sure you're spread out on that as healers.
Okay.
Alright, guys, we're gonna have two clumps here. The range is going to stay on Nipple, melee is going to be on Star. We hit them up real quick here, try to shield this pet, because shield this pet, this pet dies in the area. Okay, come up on the left.
Okay, yeah, wait, for these, you want to make sure there's two groups. Casters are usually in the group in the back, and the melee are in the group in the front. So they'll say like two groups or stack, and then you'll want to be like this for those two groups.
So the healers stand in the back?
Yeah, healers stand in the back for these little trash mobs. These are the ones that were in AQ20, that some of them, if they die, they'll blow up, and you gotta have Deadly Mob Boss on to like see when it's like, run away, run away.
Yeah. I'm just a raw dog type of guy, you know?
Yeah, I get that. Everybody loves a little raw dog. And then there's this one that like you will have to like stack up. This is the one that blows up when you die though. Oh, and if you have this debuff, you have to move away from the group. So like he's doing.
The plague.
He has. Run.
God fucking.
Alright, they're about to go to the next boss. This is the boss that drops 2 insignias.
Okay.
And this is where Warlock's tank. It's kind of crazy.
What? With the void? With their void?
So yeah. No. They do something. They like use some ability to like chain it. I don't know. It's weird. You'll see.
Soul Link or some shit?
I think so.
Yeah. Huh, okay.
I think we're looking good. All the healers look to be in the right positions. So I think.
So they'll do 2 different groups.
Watch the right on the right side.
One group will always melee while the Warlock's tanking the other one, and the other group will switch.
That guy looks intense.
These bosses are awesome.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the guy from Adventure Time, Scarab.
Which one? Oh
Scarab guy
yeah.
from Kid and Kate.
Oh my god. Okay, so we teleport.
We have tons of yellow bugs. Someone aggroed them. They've been sprinting. We have almost a whole map of yellow bugs on either side.
Uh-oh. They may...
I'm sending a shout.
Okay.
Yeah.
We look good on this side. Don't
Guys,
let
we have
that.
so many fucking bugs. Jesus Christ.
I got you. Act right. What I got.
You guys hit or aggro a yellow bug. It's perfectly fine. Just make sure they don't escape. Make sure they never escape. Just kill them there.
Shaman doesn't really move. He just doesn't. Don't put your totems on the wall. He said.
Yeah.
They just loot and rob and steal.
Aggro, yellow bug, aggro, bullet.
Watch your head here, guy.
Alright, good job. Get those marks.
The boss, yeah, you get to pick up each fucking insignia.
And let the hunter mark. Pull. You're gonna pull the cap.
Each dead body drops one.
We like to pull them back here. Square. Sorry, so your square. If you look where square is, the captain's gonna be tanked back here. Bobby, can you please do the
Man, how much treasure could play with us? Damn it.
Yeah, it'd be so awesome.
champion is being tanked by Bloodbane, backed up by Intake.
He got hit by a car again.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Huh?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Again?
Dude, yes. He pissed me off a little bit because I don't know how hurt he got, man. Like, first he told me I borderline died, okay, and then I'm like, here, I'm just gonna read it. Oh, you can see it, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, I understand. I'll just switch.
Borderline died out of the blue. Borderline died the other day. Borderline. I didn't even know. I didn't even understand what he was saying at first. I thought he was saying like borderline was some type of person or like celebrity. You know what I'm saying? And then, car hit me, pushed me to the side, and smacked my head.
Wow, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Just fucking drove off.
Yeah, man. Probably a fucking criminal.
Yeah, no doubt. That's fucking nuts.
But yeah, he said, I'm good. I worked the same day. I think my shoulder was dislocated. I was like, bro, that's not borderline dead.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So I'm trying to figure out like exactly what happened. I don't know how serious the concussion was or crazy ass.
That's nuts. Can't be falling asleep after a concussion. That's how you fucking die.
Really?
Yeah, you can die if you fall asleep.
Damn, how does that work? Why?
I think neurons just shut off because your brain's bleeding, and when you're sleeping, it just causes more damage.
Okay, yeah, wow.
That's how my neighbor died. He fell,
really?
Hit his head on the concrete off a ladder, and didn't want to go to the hospital, get himself checked out. He fell asleep and died in his sleep.
Damn.
That happens a lot.
I didn't know that.
Football players.
Yeah.
A lot of times when they get a concussion, they try and like keep them awake. They would not want them to fall asleep. It's more likely for them to die.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
This is enough workout. Let's finish.
Let him come out, let him. You gotta switch.
This place looks awesome. AQ40.
Yeah, it really is. It's so sick.
Just pull all these little books.
Such a crazy raid.
Split 'em up. Don't get
They're
flustered.
gonna jump in the left where it's not gonna.
Skull lap.
Bro, I've been in this raid and era where it's lasted like almost over like 2 hours, sometimes 3. And this guild gets it done in like 50 minutes. It's crazy.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, like, it sucks being a mana user, having to go fast, but I like it better than going so slow.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, some of those consumes will help you with mana.
Hell yeah. I'm already pretty good at conserving. Oh shit. I haven't played in forever, bro.
That's crazy. You make me want to play. I'll be right back, but I think they're going to start boss after these packs. Well, they'll probably have a few minutes.
Yo! Okay, alright.
Speaking, but I don't hear you.
Yeah, you can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear you, but sometimes that happens. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. You still can't hear me? Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. And maybe it's when I click cross-platform, I'm not sure, but yeah, sometimes I have issues where they can still hear me, but I can't hear them. No. No, it's cross-platform. They're on PC. Oh, really? Yeah, that's what I was just doing, trying to look at stuff. I had this issue happen with a friend, but then like played with them another day and didn't have that issue with them, so I'm just not sure what's going on. Like the same friend on the same system had issues one day and then not the other. there it is. Hold on. I think I hear something.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Really? What the hell?
Yeah, I went into the settings and like it was already enabled, but I like disabled it and re-enabled them.
What was it?
Give me a second. What even was that?
Dang, I haven't played it forever.
Oh, it was voice chat. It was already enabled. But I
You just had to like,
disabled it and
wow. Sounds about right. Some things will never change.
Right. You said you haven't put. Is this your face?
Yeah. New Omni Heisen. It's a kind of a old me and an old friend's place. We found it.
Oh, cool. I love to see the spots. Like,
yeah.
I've been building like this kind of massive outpost.
I'd love to see
but
it.
I'm trying to get some ideas. Is it underwater? Like.
Yeah.
Oh, sick. Oh, yeah. I just started to build part. Like my above base is starting to like shift underwater now.
Yeah, I couldn't help myself. I had to do it underwater, and
Is that
it's
your
so
pet?
worth it. Yeah, something like
I have
that.
a version of one of those guys, like something similar.
Yeah.
Let me see.Here is he? Here it is.
I think
Oh, whoops! I can't summon him on the teleporter.
I think you
There
can
he is.
ride it. Or
Look
maybe
at those two giants. I mean, you want to see my like? I don't know. It's just so dirty. I love it. It's literally a fucking potato, dude.
Wait, your pet? Oh,
Yeah.
Stinky.
You can't even see him. He said he's literally a potato. He's tiny as fuck. Let me go over here.
Oh.
My little potato guy.
Yeah,
you
I
can't
forgot.
See him. He's so tiny.
I forgot about the pets.
Yeah, yours was out.
Yeah, I totally
I
forgot
have
about
this
that.
one that's so fast I can't even beat it. Like I tried trapping it against the side of a cliff, like everything. He's so fast here.
Yeah, I wanna
This guy.
see. Oh shit. That's really cool though, actually. And he's
well,
gone.
he's really hungry. I haven't fed him in days.
Yeah, that's
Alright, let's check out your base.
that's cool though. Yeah, I've never seen a creature like that. So
Oh, where'd
now
you
they're
go?
about to start the next
I guess just down here.
yeah, you
Do
go.
I drop into the water?
No, you go through this little thing right here.
Where'd you go?
Oh
yeah, okay.
Yeah, walk in there.
Oh shit, I walked back into it on accident. There we go.
Yeah, it knocked me out for some reason.
Nice. Oh, this thing's cool. I could just take your little plant right now. I'm just kidding.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Nah.
I literally haven't
No,
even
wait till
played.
you see my base. What the hell? Oh, you got something grown into your base. I hate when that happens.
Yeah, that's new.
Nah, mine does that too.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Oh, I forgot we got this set up. This terminus. Oh, I need. Hold on.
Where?
This
Oh,
this
the
teleporter. Yeah. I totally forgot
Yeah,
about all this.
This is a really cute base, man. It's a really cute base.
We made it a long time ago, and really haven't done much. I really haven't
You want to
played.
come see my base?
Yeah, definitely. It's
Okay.
yeah. Let's do
Oh, let me
it.
use your teleporter. Oh, you know
Okay.
the trick where you can go into the anomaly, right?
Nope.
Okay, you know what the anomaly is, right?
Yeah. Somewhat. Yeah.
Have you unlocked that already?
Yeah.
It's like-
we.
Okay, so just get in your ship and go into space,
Uh-huh.
and then like, I don't know what the keys are on the computer, but basically the command button that pulls up your utilities, where you feed your pet, like all that stuff,
Yeah.
where you summon it? Okay, well, there'll be one where it says anomaly, and once you
Right.
get up in space, just push that.
Okay.
And then that's the anomaly, so you're going to go into the anomaly, and once you try to leave the anomaly again, it's going to ask you if you want to be warped to where your friend's at.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's way easier than having to try to find me in a bunch of galaxies.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's good to know.
Alright, so I'm gonna go teleport there, and you're gonna get in your ship and go.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll do that. All right. I'll meet you. I'll see you in a little bit.
Awesome.
I haven't flown this baby in years.
I just started playing like a month or so ago, but like I don't know. It's been really cool. I already beat the like major storyline.
It's a great game. I got it when it came out.
I gotta go one place and then I'm gonna go.
It has really changed a lot.
Yeah, a bunch. Yeah, when was the last time you played?
Maybe I don't even know, like fucking a couple of years ago, probably.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much it's changed since like I never played it a few years ago, but a lot of people who originally played, kind of abandoned the game.
Yeah.
There wasn't, I guess enough to do, but like there's so much you can do.
Yeah. No, it's crazy how much they've added to this game. It really is.
And now I have a settlement.
Nice.
I mean, I don't know what's new to the game. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, for me, like that's all new. The settlement stuff. I started it, and there's just a lot of things they added. Over the years. I mean, it was pretty like. At first, you basically couldn't even like talk to your friends.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I will say, like, this game really, I don't know, is it hugely two-player? Like, you can make it two-player, but...
Yeah, no,
mostly
it used
people
to...
just show each other their bases and stuff like that.
Yeah, it used to really not even, like, at first it was just totally, not even...
Sometimes not.
Doable. Like, you couldn't even meet each other.
Oh, really?
Yeah, basically, like, because you had to find each other, and it was, like, damn near impossible because the map's so big. Oh, I can't summon it. Oh, wait. Planetary interference. Oh, never mind. I got it. Sorry. I'm being a noob. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm trying to figure out why a couple of my lights aren't on. I need to mess with them.
Oh, okay. Alright, going into the anomaly now. They've improved a lot of the visuals.
Oh, for sure. This game looks beautiful, honestly.
Yeah, it does. I bet it looks really good on console too. Probably looks better than it does on my PC.
I actually don't have any context for that. Yeah. I used to be like more into PC gaming than console gaming. This is my first Xbox actually, and I just it was a gift to me.
It's easier.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
I don't have a PC anymore. I just have like a laptop. It's when it runs very much, honestly.
Yeah.
I keep putting a communication box down, but like when I log back in, it's not there. So I don't know if it's like a timed thing, like it only stays there a certain amount of time, or I don't know. There are a fair amount of glitches in this game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to go to my favorite. I let you know I was here, right?
Oh,
every now and then this boss will pull you underground or pull someone underground.
1 second, Tabby. Should I call you Tabby?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah,
you saying something?
give me just a second. My friend's talking to me too.
Oh,
I
yeah,
need to
take
tell him. I need to tell him to get in to the game with us.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I want everybody to see my base. I also have.
And you want to move
I have
away
a little
from that
potato
game.
pet, but I also have a little potato pet at my base.
Everyone has an
that's not a
assignment,
companion.
like where to stand, and you want to make sure you're standing there at the start, and then when this beam starts, you're gonna go like, clockwise.
Okay. Sorry, Stinky. I'm talking to a friend, but we're playing No Man's Sky at the same time. I'm trying to do both.
All good, all good.
I'm watching though.
Okay.
All good. You can always watch the
I'm not
VOD.
stressed.
Yeah. Okay, Tabby. So I fly out of the Animus now, or whatever the thing's called.
Yes.
Animus. What the fuck is
The anomaly.
anomaly? What the fuck is the Animus? What even is that?
I don't know, but on the anomaly, there's something called the Nexus.
I guess so. So.
I just found out about expeditions the other day. I guess they're like these weird extra long missions you can do that give you rare loot that you can't get anywhere else in the game. And they only have them like 3 times a year.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah. The one that they had just ended, I think. I've never done one. Oh, I see you've entered the system.
Yeah. A Misty. V Stormtrooper.
There's a lot to show you when you get here, so.
Hell yeah. Ooh, okay, I see.
It's a tiny little island.
Hell yeah, nice.
Oh, now I can show you my companion, now that the grass is short. My little one. Oh, he was really hungry, man.
Starving. I'm calling PETA. Galactic PETA is on the way. Where the? How do you do the zoomies? How do you zoom? I don't.
Zoom?
Yeah, I forgot you're on. You're on what's it called? Xbox.
I'm just curious what you mean by zoom.
you can like zoom over to the thing. You can zoom over to the thing to you.
Oh, is it the like to tag me and pulse to me?
Yeah, like hyperdrive.
Yeah, I only know it on the Xbox, and it's like the bumpers.
How many units do you have in this game?
Oh, dude, I was trying to get to my sentry. I mean, not my sentry, my freighter, so that I could trade you some. Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do. Give me a second. I'm gonna trade you some stuff so you can have some units.
I have
a billion units.
I have like a billion though. I was asking
I'm
you.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, back in the day they had this trading
I
thing.
can trade you like a void egg or two so you can get a living ship.
Oh. I didn't do that, I don't think. The living ship.
Oh yeah, well I could give you one of those eggs.
Okay, I mean, if you don't mind, I don't know.
Yeah.
How much they.
I have one on me actually. Yeah. Cool. I don't even have to figure out how to get to my freighter right now.
If I can. I need to figure out how to hyperdrive. I'm like.
Yeah, because it's gonna take you forever.
I'm trying to get there. Okay, I'm gonna look at the controls.
Wanted to try to build something, but it's so big. I wanted to see if I had all the parts before I moved it inside.
Do you have a capital ship and all that?
What do you mean by capital? I have an exotic ship. I have a lot of ships.
Like the
but
big.
I'm currently...
Oh no.
Oh, you mean a freighter? Yeah.
Yeah, freighter.
Yeah. Yeah, I have one of those.
Cool.
No worries, I'm actually gonna be hopping off soon.
Oh, are you? Okay, man.
I'm gonna go gym. I'll be back, but I'm sure you'll probably be off.
Yeah, probably.
Building a dinosaur right
Good
now.
luck. You're making me want to play No Man's Sky again. I might have to re-download.
Yeah, man, you should play with us. I'm down. We'll try to figure out. We need to build out our underwater base, man.
Oh yeah.
A little bit.
Oh yeah, I've started one. You can check it out when you get here. It's at this base.
I'll stop while I'm gone.
Okay, sounds good. Man. Sorry, Tabby. I'm talking to my homie Mark at the same.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Fucking. Where the fuck are the controls?
Why are the fucking legs so
Bro, this would
tiny
be a
to
good
get
game
the
to use
hell
the
out of
joystick
here?
Ooh.
I can't find some like giant legs for this fucking dinosaur.
Oh, we're gonna have to break that joystick.
Yeah, man. We should. I'll bust my joystick out too.
Bust it out. We gotta bust both our joysticks out.
You know, just like spamming buttons on your
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna. I don't
to
see.
figure out the work.
How do you even get to the controls? I'm just gonna spam buttons. Yeah, that was the play.
This is not right.
Hostile subspace scan. Fuck.
So
Okay, I'm only 35 seconds away.
I'll see you later.
Alright, dude. Drive safe. Drive safe.
this dinosaur looks jacked. On the right arm. Okay, that is better. You have to like build it yourself, so. And I have a lot of different skulls. I don't know what goes best, you know. No, that definitely isn't right. No.
I got some pirates I gotta take care of.
Alright, yeah.
Damn.
Oh, what the hell? I built a little dinosaur.
Nice, hell yeah. I'm fucking these guys up.
Yeah, take your time. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Alright. What the fuck? Get over here.
Hell yeah. It shows you destroyed a bunch of pirate vessels.
I'm fucking them up.
Hell yeah.
Poster neck? Is that it?
It's Princess Biscuits.
That's it. The base?
Yeah. It's a little tiny island.
Oh.
So like you'll be driving towards water.
I remember how to do it now. You have to hold spacebar. I think. So I can zoom over to you. Yeah, that's how.
There's a volcano
now I'm
going
here.
off on my island right now. That is so ridiculous. It would be a storm going on right now.
In game or IRL?
Yeah, in the game.
Oh.
I mean, I live in Texas. It's
Yeah,
pretty clear right now.
same.
Don't be scared, little buddy. Just volcanic action.
Oh shit.
Oh, whoops.
I made it. Is there like multiple bases around here?
Yeah. There's a lot going on. I have a lot to show you.
Cool. How the fuck?
There's like a little dragonfly ship. You can
Really?
fly right in the middle.
Yeah, if I can figure out how to land.
I have water jets, so I can just land my ship in the water.
Yeah, I do too. I just don't.
Fly right here towards the middle, right here.
I don't remember how to land. Like what the button is. Maybe X. It's been forever.
Maybe you can land on top of my building too. I don't know, but you can land right here in the middle.
I'll figure it out. Let me see.
Gotta get you some water jets to hang out on my island.
I thought I had some.
I could get rid of some of my exocraft stuff.
Oh no, it's no, you're good, I just need to figure out how to land. What is this red thing over here? Man, my ship is tripping. I need to like retake pilot's class. Oh, these creatures are cool.
What is it? Little
The
butterflies?
little flying things, yeah.
Yeah. There's also giant worms on this planet, so sometimes you'll see a giant worm bust out of the
nice.
ground and fly into the sky. I've been trying to get one as a pet. I have a friend who, oh man, I'm fucking up my...
I'm kinda, my bad. My bad, I don't know what's going on.
No, that's cool. I just could just summon it back, it's fine.
I'm trying to fucking... Okay, I gotta figure this out. Oh!
Here, let me Google it.
Oh!
Did you figure it out?
No, I thought I did.
Yeah, let me Google it real quick.
Yeah, no, I've button mashed every single button.
Yeah, hold on.
Shit, it's nice.
E key.
Oh wow.
It's E.
Fuck me, that's so fucking basic. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh.
Come here, little buddy.
I made it.
This is my little
Oh, yeah.
potato. I was trying to show you that your base, but the grass was too big because he's so tiny.
What the hell?
He's got ugly little face.
That's awesome.
And then I have these little alien heads. This one's got like bug heads coming out of it and shit.
Where?
My friend built it.
Oh shit.
And then there's like a little, what's it called? Lighthouse tower up here. You can look out at the fucking shit.
Oh.
And
One
back
sec.
here is like a fucking
Hold on one
bar
sec.
and fishing spot.
Let me.
Oh, has it loaded in?
Yeah, let me just. I need to do something really quickly. Okay. Okay, I'm good. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Oh, is it hot out here? Yeah, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's fine.
Sometimes there's
Whoa.
storm.
That thing looks really
We'll have
cool.
to look at the stuff outside after the storm passes because it's gonna
Okay.
get really cloudy.
Okay. It's like
We'll start on
Wally.
the bottom floor. Oh, I have a Sentry companion too. Downstairs, I'm working on a hydroponics bay. So all that's gonna be down here
Cool.
are plants and stuff.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do that, like with the farming.
Hey, come.
but-
Yeah, you can take whatever you want here.
Oh no, I don't really play enough, but you know, I don't wanna. I think I
Oh no,
have
I
it.
literally don't use that stuff. You can take it all.
I have this in my freighter. I have a bunch of planning stuff
Oh
in
yeah,
my
yeah.
freighter. But
yeah, me too.
But not this cool stuff you got. This is really cool. It's really trippy.
This is the main room of the upper base. Yeah, look, see my little potato up here?
Where?
Oh yeah, I came through this door. Through this door.
I can't see.
Nope, nope, you went around the corner.
Oh, okay.
Where'd you go?
Oh, there you are. I see you. There, I didn't know you were.
Here's my little
Whoa.
potato here.
Cool.
And then, can you leave a message here? Or is it only accessible to me?
Where? A message module?
Yeah, can you leave anything there?
You find a message from the owner.
Oh, okay. I leave messages. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, that's all it does. That's all it says.
Yeah, let me.
It looks really cool outside. With the waves. Looks
Yeah.
really badass.
Hold on, there's lots of stuff to see still.
Hell yeah. I didn't even know there was this
Alright,
much.
can you see it?
What?
Can you see the message now?
Let me see. You find a message from the owner. Hi, friend.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, cool aquarium too.
I
That's
built this
awesome.
little bedroom in here. It's like the most ridiculous decal in it.
I saw that. Wait, now I saw hi. Oh, okay. Every time you say that, you enter, it says hi, friends.
Oh, every time you enter the building, yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
And then I have some really like trippy bug heads on a shelf in here.
Cool. Where? Shit, I lost you. Disco ball.
Oh, I can make a dance for it. I'm still working on my base.
Really?
I can make a dance. Yeah, let me see here. Where it is?
I didn't even know there was
Here it
this
is.
much stuff.
Oh, whoops! It placed it under. But
Shit.
I'm gonna do it outside so I don't fuck it up. I don't even know where that piece went. It's probably on the bottom floor now. All right, let's go check out the water base. then.
Hell yeah.
I built this greenhouse here.
Whoa. Oh, okay. I remember what these things are.
Right?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, did you see the bug heads?
I saw these things. These.
Yeah. I use this sometimes as dividers in my freighter too. These little bug heads and like machinery.
Cool. This reminds me of something from Star Wars: This Robot.
You can get in this one.
What?
You
Get
just
it?
stand in it, doesn't do nothing. Yeah, right,
Oh.
Star Wars.
Yeah, like a bounty hunter droid.
This doesn't go anywhere yet, but I'm working on it. It's gonna go into the water base when I'm done with it. But for now, we have to go the long way.
Yeah, cool.
It's not intensely long, but
Yeah, no, you good. All good. I didn't
oh, it looks
really.
like the storm cleared.
Sweet.
Here's the start of the water base. I'm growing some nip in here. It looks like buds.
Hell yeah. It
And we're gonna go
does.
down. I just fall, but you can take the stairs. if you
I
want.
didn't even mean to. No, I can't get off.
Yeah, you can. You use your
Oh,
jetpack.
shit.
No, don't go back.
Start
I
crawling.
just started on this water base, so there's not like a whole lot going on just yet. But there's one room I did do something to. But
Cool.
yeah,
I
there's
love
several
underwater
floors.
bases.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
I'm just gonna fall.
Those fish are really
No.
cool.
Yeah, they swim through the base too a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
that's
cool.
kinda
This is
cool.
the only room I actually worked on down here.
Nice. It's nice. It's nice.
Oh yeah, and I'm growing gravitinos in here too. I forgot.
Nice.
Yeah, these domes are nice because you can just harvest all the plants at once.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Just go around like that. Whoa. Look at that. This is a really cool planet.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Now this is the chamber that's deepest underwater. You can see a lot.
Yeah, these.
I'm gonna build some tunnel, like some clear tunneling, so you can like stand out in it
Oh, you
without
went
any
you went
windows
down
or
again?
nothing. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Wow. What the hell? Like, it's just a little fucked up here.
But this space,
You can't move that. Oh, there we go. Okay.
while it's like really extravagant, there's a lot going on. It's still like not that cool. Like it's cool because of how big it is and like how much I put into it. But it's just so in the realm of reality. Like I have friends who create bases that are like super fantasy. Like we're really close to one. I'll fly my ship over there. You can follow me and look
Sure.
at it. His shit's so weird. Like it's super sci-fi fantasy.
Yeah,
kind
hell
of
yeah.
stuff.
I'd
This
love
is
to see
super
one.
like practical. Like it's like a person's mind could actually make this. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty practical.
I'm trying to learn. Like I just didn't know you could do that stuff. And to be honest, some of it requires mods and also a certain editing format that I don't have access to. I guess or don't know how to do.
What do you mean?
So like when you go into editing mode in your base,
Uh-huh.
the items only let you place them certain ways. Like I couldn't turn an
Yeah.
item upside down if I wanted, but
Okay.
other people can.
They with mods and stuff. I'm guessing.
I'm not sure how they do it.
Yeah.
I tried looking it up, but I was just like, oh, I don't know, that doesn't look super easy right this second.
Yeah.
I'm climbing back up to the top of this. I hope you're not getting lost.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Those like rainbow things. That's
Yeah, they're
looking
pretty,
cool.
huh?
Yeah, I've never seen those. Actually, all of these little creatures. I feel like they've added more and more.
A lot of people are kind of scared of the water, so they don't go in it. But
Why?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. People, I don't know. Like when I was doing the Atlas quest, even though I knew what to expect every time, it still fucking gave me the willies. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh well, the ocean is definitely creepy. There's like hydrophobia.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think some people are just kind of like intimidated by the water. They
Yeah.
think something's gonna hurt them down there, and there are things that attack you down there and suck you in. Actually, we're right above an abysmal horror, which is like this giant eye that will suck you in and like.
What?
Yeah. You can check it out if you want.
What? Yeah, fuck
But
yeah.
it'll kill you.
Oh, really? What the hell? Are you serious? I had no idea there was anything even like that.
Mhm.
What the fuck? You said we're above it?
The base is built above the above one. Yeah, I just noticed when I was down there earlier that it said that there was abysmal horror below us.
What in the fuck? I am like, so if I die, I just like what, respawn in my base, right?
Here's the thing. Okay, so depending on what your settings are currently, if you die, you could lose your inventory until you go pick it up. You could come look at what I'm describing
I have a
and
lot.
just keep a distance, and because if I died, I won't lose anything because I set the settings so that I wouldn't lose my shit if I died.
Yeah,
You can come with me and just keep a distance.
sure. I don't think I have.
Oh, you can see it from here actually a little bit.
Really? What the fuck?
Oh, I thought there was like a red glowing thing down there, and I think that's this one. It's this thing right here. It's gonna try to suck me in. Watch. Hold on, where's he at?
Oh, yeah, I don't see it.
I know, I'm looking for him.
I'm dying. That
Oh,
water.
there he is! There he is! Shit!
There's an automated trap.
He's hidden underneath a piece of coral, like it's a trap. You actually can't see him because he's hidden under something. Hold on, let me see if I can get rid of that thing real quick.
Yeah, and well, like, I don't know what it is. I can't see shit. Oh.
Underwater?
Okay, I got these like jetpacks. I forgot about these.
Forgot about what?
These jetpacks I got? I mean, on underwater jetpacks.
Is it still here? I can't tell. Don't get too close. Move away from there, just in case it's still there. No, dude.
Where?
I don't know. Yeah. You good? I don't see it anymore, and I wonder if I killed it. No, it says it's still. Oh, it's this thing right here. See that little tiny clam-looking thing? It's an eyeball. Watch.
Oh. Oh God. Oh God.
It tries to fucking eat you. Yeah.
What the?
Shit. He can still see me.
Oh, and did they give like
Yeah.
some material or something?
Yeah, you want it? Here, let me get it.
No,
and I'll
no.
give it to you.
I mean,
It's an eyeball.
I don't need it. Oh shit. He dead.
He's kind of in a weird spot, so he's hard. There he goes. I don't know why it's not registering.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. Grab the eye. You see it?
I don't. Oh.
Okay, here.
Yeah, it's kind of like he disappeared a long time ago for me. It's a little buggy. This is cool. Feels like we're
Alright, I sent it to you.
underwater. Awesome.
I
What
sent it to
what
you.
does that do?
What? I can't remember.
Something. Yeah.
It has a couple of functions, I think. Most of the items you have do a couple of things.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I'll have to figure out something for
Oh
it
yeah,
someday.
and one of the eggs for the living ship. If you've never gotten one, all you do is keep it on your inventory and pull surround space. You have to use the hyper one, the one that makes you go extra fast.
Uh-huh.
And then you'll hear like a song, and then an anomaly will pop up, and not like the spaceship anomaly, like an actual anomaly, will pop up and will give you the coordinates to a living ship.
And are they all like random? Are they all different?
It is randomized. I think there's like between 20 and 30 of them.
Okay. Well, thanks. I want to say, okay, I have to warp around space. That's it. I feel like I might have started that at some point. I don't know how to tell.
I'm going back here to this part. I have like a little fishing spot back here
I'm coming.
in the back. You have a fishing pole?
No, I didn't even know you could fish.
Oh yeah, it's
I'll watch.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's a modification for
Oh.
your multi-tool.
Oh.
You can get them in the anomaly or probably space stations, maybe. Yeah, let me see.
Oh, this is a really cool little room.
Yeah. And then you can just fish out the moon.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to. Cool. And what's?
Yeah, I was about to say. I assume you're about to ask what you do with the fish.
Yeah. Like, how does it work?
You after you catch the fish, you can use them in cooking recipes and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And some of the cooking recipes you can bring to this like food connoisseur at the in the anomaly, and he'll like give you nanites and stuff, and nanites are used to purchase blueprints and various things. Sometimes even ships, living ships. I saw a living ship that I had wanted, and it was 10,000 nanites. But then when I left and came back, because I went from a different system, it was a Sentinel ship, which I didn't want as much. It's a solar ship, which I probably will go back and get, but
Yeah.
I didn't want it as much as the organic ship.
Yeah. Okay.
I have an organic freighter.
What?
Not like a big ass freighter, like the one you can build a base on and stuff, but like you can have manage fleets on your freighter, and in my fleet is an organic ship.
Oh, okay. Still, I don't know if I've seen those. Maybe I have. I don't know. It's been so long.
But yeah, this is my base.
Badass, dude. I really like it.
Yeah, it's taken about a week.
These jellyfish.
You want to
are
go
cool.
see my friend's base on the other island next to us?
Yeah, definitely.
They have a lot of stuff like this shit over here.
Let me
Fantasy kind of stuff.
Let me find them.
All of the
ship.
All of the more intense fantasy stuff here was built by friends of mine.
Cool.
All of the normal stuff and plants and shit like that were built by me.
You got a big ass like creature over here.
Yeah, I don't know how it died randomly.
This
But
thing.
poor thing, feel bad for it.
Stuck in your vehicle.
You're stuck in my vehicle?
No, this creature.
Oh no. Let me try to remember where the fuck this is. I think that's it. There we go. Yep, that's it. I'll park in the water. Yeah, it's just right next to my base
I suck at landing.
on the other island.
Burning air.
Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah. It might take a second to load in.
Don't remember how to change.
He's got like really exotic plants and shit. His shit's so cool.
Hell yeah.
Like this shit's
Whoa.
insane. Yeah. It might take a minute or two to load in. Which
Yeah.
Stuff usually does. He built the tower for me. That's by my house. And a couple of the mud huts.
Wow, yeah, it's all loading in. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's got it. I've seen some of his other shit too, and they're super impressive as well.
Yeah, I really haven't even played this game much. I haven't
Like I
even
wish I
seen
could do this
shit.
stuff, but you only get some of the stuff from doing expeditions, which, like I said, I just learned about them, and they only do them like 3 times. Like he has a fucking
Wow.
little like TV and stereo set up in this tiny little hut,
That's awesome.
like a little house. And it's funny. The little alien hut. Look at the little squirrel on the TV. It's like he's watching Ice Age in here or some shit.
Yeah, Scrat.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
love
look at my
Ice
little pet.
Age.
Look at my little pet. It's like some weird fucking. It's got a scat head too.
Oh, where, how do you, damn it. I need to
Let me
stop asking.
fucking. No, what?
The controls. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh yeah. Look at this weird little thing.
Oh, wait, let me see. Sorry, I was trying to find
Oh,
it.
he's out.
This thing?
This is that thing. Yeah.
I love riding.
Oh yeah, I also have this.
I love finding pets and riding them.
Look
Like,
at this guy.
the most ridiculous fucking creatures and riding them. It's so funny sometimes.
Look at this guy.
Did you take him out? I don't see it.
Where did he go? Can he fly or something and I'm unaware of it? What the hell? Let me try again.
Wow, yeah, these plants are really cool.
Where the hell is it? Hey, little buddy. There he is. You see him? Right here. He's like a rolling eyeball.
No, I don't see him.
He's right here. Come back, buddy. Where you going?
Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, it's like that thing we just saw. Hey there, buddy.
What? Oh yeah, I guess so, huh? I kind of. Currently finding resources. What? That's the first time my pet's done that. So you can hatch pets, and you can also take them to a sequinizer to change some of their traits. And the reason why you might want to do that is because some of your pets are helpful enough. They'll take you to find resources and stuff like that. They'll locate resources.
Oh yeah, okay.
But I've never had one of my pets actually do it for me, and they just told me that he's seeking resources.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, this is my friend's base.
Badass. I like all the different exotic plant life.
Yeah, it's super cool. I wanted to come drop some of these off at my place so that my place will look tricky.
You should just go out and randomly go to different planets. You see, you see a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
It looks like
yeah,
they've added a lot more too, like more and more models. So that's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because it, you know, there wasn't like a lot. There wasn't like a ton at first.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, is
Yeah.
that a lot of people didn't get the same experience when they first started.
No, not at all. Not at all. It was nothing like. I mean, seriously, it was like bare. You know, I mean, there was maybe like half or less of the creatures and plants. So
There's some really trippy planets too that are like not even dirt or like grass, or like it's robotic. I don't know how to describe it.
that's awesome.
They're not
yeah, like
yeah,
AI.
not organic kind of stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Fucking plant.
What is that down there? Harvest oxygen sac. Oh, I need to get in my ship. I think I'm gonna die.
Oh yeah, dude, get your ship in.
With the heat. Yeah, it's hot.
I wish I could take some of these plants with me.
Take some seeds.
My companion said he's feeling disobedient.
Ah, I need to figure out how I summon my damn pet.
You had one out whenever we were at your base.
Yeah, I need to find the button for it. Because I know I had one. Or at least.
What were you doing last on No Man's Sky? What was it? Like, what could you do?
I mean, it wasn't that long ago the last time I played, but I really like didn't even do much. Like I got on for like a day, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't fully engage.
What kind of stuff do you play usually?
I play WoW. I play
Yeah, I used to play WoW a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
And Diablo.
Nice. Yeah, I play Classic. I play a lot of WoW Classic because I played it when I was a kid, and so it's
okay. Yeah.
it's good nostalgia.
I started playing, I want to say, maybe in my 20s.
Cool. When was that? What expansion was that?
I'm 32.
So what? Wrath of the Lich King or Pandaria?
Oh, you mean when did I come in?
Yeah. Like which expansion?
Yeah, probably around Pandaria.
Yeah. Cool.
And then I also played I stopped playing for a while after that. It was kind of a lot for me to absorb initially.
Yeah.
But then I came back, what was it? Wrath of the Lich King?
Yeah. Well, Wrath of
Maybe?
the Lich King's before Pandaria. But then they had
Oh, well, maybe that's when I started playing them.
I mean they did like bring it back.
No, I'm trying to, I just can't remember the name of the newer expansions, but it was like really Aztec, and you got like little dinosaurs and stuff like that, and it had just a very like Aztec kind of vibe to it though.
Oh wow! This was on WoW, right?
Yeah. It was like it was probably I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, I quit. So, well, I mean, maybe it could have been Zul'Gurub. I'm not sure, but yeah. I play a lot of first-person shooters as well.
Like what?
Those
ones are hard for me. I don't have intensely good eye-hand like not eye-hand coordination. Response rate. And literally as I try to fucking figure.
Nothing wrong with that. It's not like it's a.
It's probably long exposure to my medications and stuff that I take for my kidney transplant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of FPSs. So like what? Battlefield. Counter-Strike. What else?
I used to play this game that I thought was just so cute and charming. I don't know, something about it. But what is Hypercharge Unboxed? Is that right? Is it Hypercharge?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
No. I was like, I've never heard of that. No, I've never heard of that. It's called what now?
Hypercharge Unboxed. It's like, I don't know, it kind of reminds me of like Small Soldiers.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a shooter game, but like you're like the size of a action figure.
Someone just entered the system. Is that one of your friends?
That's just people. Are you still on the planet?
Yeah.
Oh, I went up to the anomaly. I'm in the anomaly right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just
like I said, it's so weird. This game isn't really a 2-player game. Like.
Yeah.
Like everybody's always at different places. I guess if you were to do Nexus missions, and you pick the same Nexus missions, you could be on the same planet with the person and do the same things. But
yeah,
what you're doing doesn't count for that person.
Right. Yeah, we were doing that. For the base, for the basing.
Yeah, the bases are cool though, and like just to talk to people while you're doing shit is nice.
Yeah, totally.
Sometimes they give you advice and shit.
I need to up my game on new Omni Heisen. me and my.
No, man, your base was really cute.
I need to get some stuff. I need to get some cool stuff.
Yeah, man.
Explore the game a little bit more.
Yeah, the next time that I'm on, I can give you some salvage data things so you can buy a bunch of the base upgrades.
I play a ton of games though, really. But I have PC. I only have PC, so.
Right now, I only play really this, and sometimes I play DayZ.
Oh fuck yeah! I love DayZ. Is that on? You play it on Xbox though?
Mhm. Yeah.
Is that cross-platform? I don't think it is, right?
It is. It is.
Really?
DayZ's cross-platform, right? No. Oh no.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
DayZ developers are fucking.
Turds.
Yeah. Yeah, they're buttheads.
What? Right. But yeah. That's pretty much what I've been playing lately.
Cool. There's this game. I think I don't even know if it's on the Xbox that I've been that I got, and I've been trying to slowly get into it. It's called and this is like a space game.
I don't know.
Shit. Fuck, where is it?
What kind of space,
Elite Dangerous.
Elite Dangerous. What kind of space game though?
So it's kind of like Eve, but like if Eve met No Man's Sky. I don't know if you know what Eve is.
I've never played Eve.
Eve is like, it's a huge ass universe like this, but it's like there's economies, there's governments, there's like there's a whole fucking, it's very complicated, and it's more of like a simulation, a very 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 like detailed.
It's funny you say that because this game is literally, the storyline of No Man's Sky is that we're literally a simulation.
Right, I started seeing that in the story. not too long ago.
Yeah, it's as you follow the Atlas Pass storyline and stuff, you eventually,
Right.
Find out that we're just a simulation that's been reset over and over and over and over. And
Sounds about
it's
right.
ironic. Yeah, that's pretty good then.
I'm gonna summon my freighter.
Do you have a big one?
I think. Come check it out.
Let me see, maybe I can fly to you now. I don't know how that works. Oh shit, my game.
I'm right at your place still. Oh, the summoning is so badass when they all show up. Oh shit. Jeez. Okay. I want one of these weird blocky looking ships. I only see the normal ones. I think I'm just gonna go to bed, y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Night. Much love. Be safe. Take care of yourself. Peace.